can get done. I think it's really about him and his legacy and his agenda right now, for him, more so than it is about the midterms. But of course, if he can keep his majorities, it'll be really, that would be a huge story if he could keep the majorities. And in order to do that, he's going to have to make sure that people feel really good about the economy.
Yeah. You mentioned Bernie Sanders. I forget if you mentioned Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, but by name, but they're both out there on this tour, attracting big crowds. Is there anything bigger picture here? Does it suggest any kind of shift, these crowds and the enthusiasm for them, or are they just benefiting from star power?
So I think they are getting big crowds. I think it's worth noting. I think that the measures that we're talking about, this front-end loaded, very aggressive agenda that the Trump team is going after, it's not surprising that it's sparking this progressive backlash. And in a way, I think that might help, people who voted for Trump. They might look at that and say, yeah, we don't want any of this ever again. But on the Democrats' side of the equation, AOC is a very strong politician. I think she's going to be around for a very long time. I think she's a talented politician. I think she, has a passion. She gets across to people. So she's clearly someone to watch. And I think she continues to make her mark in that way. And I think that I think she has a future in the party. Absolutely. How she'll sort of meet that moment and whether or not she will sort of her policies will evolve, which of course politicians are great at, to make her more broadly electable. We'll see, but she's certainly someone to watch.
Martha MacCallum, good to talk to you. If I mathed it right, President Trump's first 100 days ends at the end of the day on Wednesday. I'm sure you guys will be talking a lot about that next week. Yeah,
absolutely. It's always interesting to watch the first 100 days. I think this has been an extraordinary first 100 days. They're trying to pull off 90 days worth of trade deals that will significantly set the tone and give a level of confidence to businesses across the country. And whether or not they can get to that point, I think we're still in the rocky point. I think President Trump said it would be a little bit painful at first. So can they get to some level of equilibrium that gives people the sense that, the pain was worth it? We now have better trade deals. We have a fairer playing field. I think something that people who support Trump have wanted all along. The border, I think, is doing very well on. You look at the drop in drugs crossing the border, very impressive. There aren't people, running through the water at the southern border, willy-nilly, and, all of us guessing and counting, how many gotaways there are out there and how many people are on terror watch lists. He wants to change the culture of universities in this country. Feels like they haven't done a good job at teaching students and preparing them to be aggressive and to have the energy to keep the country really in the forefront. Meritocracy at universities, all of that. Another painful and very controversial process that's going on right now, but very important to him. And then education. Eliminating the Department of Education is something that's in the works, pushing all that back to the states. And also, what's happening at the IRS, a lot of DOGE, which we didn't touch on, trimming the fat out of a lot of these agencies, and all very controversial, but all very Trump and all exactly what he said he was going to do when he came into the presidency. So I don't think anybody can say that they're really shocked and surprised by what's happening now, but it's been the busiest, most productive 100 days that I think any of us has ever seen.
Martha MacCallum, thanks for coming on the Rundown. See you on TV.
Thank you, Chris. Great to be with you.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hello, everyone. For all of you who suffer from calcium oxalate stones, here is some free advice. Tip 1, drink plenty of water. It takes a lot of water to dilute and pass the substances that lead to stones. Tip 2, modify your diet. You'll need to limit sodium, cut your meat.
Tired of difficult lifestyle changes that often don't work? If you suffer from calcium oxalate stones, now there's help. Kidney Cop, Calcium Oxalate Protector. Add Kidney Cop to your routine as a way to potentially reduce or even stop the formation of calcium oxalate stones. Kidney Cop is a dietary supplement developed by doctors and pharmacists. It's been proven in laboratory tests to reduce the rate of calcium oxalate crystal growth by 99%. That's right, 99%. Just take Kidney Cop. Satisfaction guaranteed or your money back. You can purchase affordable Kidney Cop today by visiting Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyCop.com. Yes, you can start enjoying life again. Purchase Kidney Cop at Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyCop.com today.
These statements have not been reviewed by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Sponsored by Calcium Oxalate Labs, Inc.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
At IHOP, you can get a satisfying, craveable breakfast for only $7 with IHOP's House Faves. Enjoy fluffy buttermilk pancakes, your choice of hickory smoked bacon or pork sausage, and eggs your way with the Breakfast Faves combo. Or enjoy a savory ham and cheese omelet, French toast breakfast, or house scramble, all for just $7 each. Stop by today and try any of IHOP's House Faves, available weekdays from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m., all for just $7. For a limited time, dine-in only. Price and participation may vary by location.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Steel walk-behind, zero-turn, and stand-on mowers are built to get the job done. Shop online or at your local Steel dealer. Steel. Let's go mow.
A promise is potent, born of intention, fueled by commitment. It's seeing things through, always showing up. And we know a thing or two about promises here at Susan G. Komen. Over 40 years ago, we locked arms with you toward one vision: a world without breast cancer. By investing in life-saving research and standing up for patient rights, we are shifting the system so all people everywhere get the care they deserve. Because if you've just been diagnosed and don't know where to turn, we've got you. If you can't afford the treatment you need, we've got you. And if you are driven to raise money to honor the best friend you've just lost, we have a place for you here. Because of you, we're supporting those who need help today while tirelessly searching for tomorrow's cures. Ending breast cancer needs all of us. Visit Komen.org and be a part of the Susan G. Komen community today.
Look through your children's eyes, and you'll see the true magic of a forest. It's a storybook world for them. You look and see a tree. They see the wrinkled face of a wizard with arms outstretched to the sky. They see treasure in pebbles. They see a windy path that could lead to adventure. When they discover the forest, their imagination is inspired by the smell of pine, the crunch of leaves beneath their feet, the sound of birds calling out for attention. And they see you, their fearless guide through this fascinating forest world. You are the hero in this book. This is a memory being made. This is what they will laugh about years from now. These are the roots, grounding and nourishing them.
Find a forest near you and start exploring at discovertheforest.org. Then look through your children's eyes and discover the magic all around you. That's discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the United States Forest Service and the Ad Council.
During the COVID-19 crisis, anyone seeking help with a drinking problem can find help. Alcoholics Anonymous is here for you. Links to online meetings are at aa.org.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT.
Away from a maximum security prison in El Salvador, U.S. lawmaker now says he was able to meet up with a deported migrant and suspected MS-13 gang member. More from Fox's Jill Nato.
Senator Chris Van Hollen said he tried to drive to the El Salvador prison holding Kilmar Abrego Garcia, but his car was stopped.
We were told by the soldiers that they'd been ordered not to allow us to proceed.
But soon after, the senator posted on X a photo of him and Garcia sitting at a table, saying he got a chance to meet with him. He also said, "I have called his wife Jennifer to pass along his message of love. I look forward to providing a full update upon my return." Garcia was deported from Maryland earlier this year. The White House has been saying that was due to a clerical error. The Trump administration also accuses him of being a member of MS-13. Jill Nato, Fox News.
A federal appeals court says it is shocking to them that the Trump administration cannot do anything to free Kilmar Abrego Garcia from an El Salvador prison and return him to the U.S. Three-judge panel from the Fourth U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals Thursday unanimously refused to suspend a judge's decision to order sworn testimony by Trump administration officials to determine if they are complying with her instruction to facilitate Abrego Garcia's return. The son of a sheriff's deputy is arrested, charged with Thursday's deadly Florida State University shooting. Under arrest, Phoenix Eichner. Fox's Kevin Cork has more.
The 20-year-old suspected gunman apparently opening fire outside the student union on the Tallahassee campus. He killed 2 and allegedly injured at least 6 others. Officers arrived very quickly. They shot and injured the gunman. He apparently used one of his mother's private weapons. She's been a sheriff in that part of the state for 18 years.
No word on a motive. Police say he was a student at the school. And a federal judge temporarily limits the Department of Government Efficiency's access to Social Security data.
A U.S. District Court judge issuing a preliminary injunction in the case, which was brought by labor unions and retirees. They claim Doge's recent actions violate privacy laws and present massive security risks. The injunction does allow Doge staffers to access data that's been redacted or stripped of anything identifiable if they undergo training and background checks. Chris DeMeo, Fox News.
And millions of Americans will celebrate Good Friday ahead of the Easter holiday weekend, the day marking the death and crucifixion of Jesus Christ. Wishing you a wonderful weekend. I'm Sue Guzman on the Fox News Rundown.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Wake up with Kayal and Company. Mornings on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get ready for an exciting night. Politics and Pints. Trump's first 100 days. Tuesday night, May 6th. Be there as Talk Radio 1210's Nick, Dawn, Dom, and Rich unpack all that happened, what didn't happen, and what it means during President Trump's first 100 days in office. We'll have a lively discussion, answer some audience questions, and of course, raise a glass. Tuesday, May 6th at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville. 1210 WPHT.com.
Yo, it's Coop. You want to stream all your favorite entertainment from the comfort of your couch? Of course you do. Switch to Fios TV Plus to watch the latest movies, binge your favorite shows, game the night away with their fast, reliable, 100% fiber optic network. Enjoy 4K clarity, stream with a voice-activated remote. You can just sit back and enjoy, dude. And when you get lightning fast Fios home internet, you can binge, you can game, you can work in every room of your home. Plus, there are no annual contracts. And for a limited time, get a $200 Verizon gift card when you switch to most Fios TV. And this is so cool, get a Samsung 43-inch class TV. Yes, a TV with Fios 1 gig or 2 gig internet plans. Pick the package that works for you. Connect all your devices at once at the speed that you need. Visit a Verizon store today to learn more. For VZ gift card, must maintain most Fios TV plan in good standing for 65 days and then register gift card within 60 days or by 6/6/25, whichever's first. Samsung free TV offer valid through 4/30/25. All supplies last. Additional terms apply. See store for details.
Virtua Health, real patients, real doctors, real complex cases. Take one.
Open heart surgery, tear in my aorta.
The most complex cases come to us at Virtua Health.
I'm sure I wouldn't have been here without you.
Being a 45-year-old, not being able to walk up one flight of stairs, I had no idea I was in heart failure.
Virtua is a premier heart failure center in South Jersey.
They changed my life. It's truly a blessing.
Want to follow our stories? Go to virtua.org. Virtua Health, here for good.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling.
I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, millions of men experience ED, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. At HIMSS, our own board-certified urologist, Dr. Peter Stahl, knows this better than anyone, and he knows that HIMSS can help.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS.
Through HIMSS.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs. Options at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% less than brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
Click this link now to review my bank transfer. I didn't make a bank transfer. Ugh, another phishing message. Are you frustrated by these too? So much of our lives are online today. To make sure my information is protected, I checked out CISA's Secure Our World resources. They've got 4 simple ways we can stay safe online. First, learn to recognize and report phishing. Next, create a strong, unique password for each online account. And use a password manager if you can. Then turn on multi-factor authentication for extra security and you'll receive a code when logging in. And finally, turn on automatic software updates for convenience and safety. Click here to track my delivery. Another phishing message. But now I know how to protect myself from scammers, and you can learn too. Go to CISA at cisa.gov/secure our world for more quick, easy tips to be safer online.
From Chester Springs to Clemington, we know your favorite stations, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now, the latest from Fox Business.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report.
The markets are closed today for Good Friday. Thursday, though, another down day for the Dow, which fell 527 points. The S&P 500 was up 7, the NASDAQ down 21. President Trump slamming Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell, reiterating his frustration that, in his opinion, the Fed has not aggressively enough cut interest rates.
I don't think he's doing the job. He's too late, always too late, a little slow, and I'm not happy with him.
Powell's term does not expire until May of 2026. He signaled this week the Fed will keep its key interest rate unchanged while it seeks greater clarity on the president's tariffs. Freddie Mac reporting the average rate for a 30-year mortgage this week at 6.83%. That's up over 0.2% this week, the biggest one-week jump since August. First-time unemployment claims this week, 215,000, the lowest since February 8th. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky, invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
The real world is getting more artificial. AI is on the rise and fast.
The defining technology of the next several decades. It will have a revolutionary effect on all aspects of our lives. It will be integral in everything from the high-level data analysis to the use of a search engine. In industries as diverse as energy production and healthcare.
That's Republican Congressman John Joyce at a House hearing the other day into the future of artificial intelligence technology and American global competitiveness.
Make no mistake, China is desperate to beat us in the field of AI. It is a national imperative that we do not allow this to happen.
And for all the good AI can do, there are things for us to watch out for. From scams, which we'll get to shortly, to job security. Shopify's CEO is telling employees they'll be expected to prove their worth to keep their jobs, to show how and why AI can't be used to replace them.
I think you're going to head to a standard here, which is many companies heading in this direction.
Kurt Knudsen is known as the cyber guy, a tech journalist and investor. You can find his stuff at foxnews.com/tech.
Why am I paying a human being repetitively, hour after hour, when I can get a machine to do this in 2 seconds flat for about nothing? So when we see that level of redundancy in the workplace where this AI technology can do your job, well, your job should feel threatened, and you should, do something to find yourself more useful, which could be simply getting a command of AI. So how do you advance your existing job by using AI so that you're more valuable to the company? That's really the way you want to head.
All right. Now, how do you do that? Like, how does somebody learn how to take command of AI?
Well, I mean, it's fairly straightforward using any of these bots such as ChatGPT. I mean, if you can get a ChatGPT, log on. It's free for most people, or some people subscribe for about $20 a month for the more advanced versions of it. That really can give you some compelling decision-making and machine language results to anything you ask it. I mean, from saying, let's say that your job is to organize logistics in a factory. You could say, my factory is this large. We have 48,000 of these particular units. How do I better move these boxes in and out between the hours of X and Y? And it will give you some substantial information that very often is spot on. Now, you go take that to your boss and you're the new genius instead of the one who's using AI.
We've had this ongoing conversation about manufacturing returning to the U.S. and this ongoing tariff situation with President Trump and our countries around the world. But manufacturing is going to change, isn't it? I know we've had automation now for years, but this is going to be a lot different with AI, right?
Oh, I mean, no doubt. We're talking about machines now being able to do and think like humans in a way that takes us to a new place where companies can employ hundreds upon hundreds of humanoid robots in the industrial space that can perform tasks that no human could even do. Even one out of California from a company called Dexterity, they created a super humanoid industrial robot called Mech, which has a arm span of about 17.7 feet. It's unbelievable. 10 of them could be operated by one human being, and they just really are smart with physical AI, where they have that ability to lift something super heavy and at the same time lift something in a very gentle way that it learns from humans how to do.
Okay, and so you said 10 per person?
Yeah, you keep one job to manage 10 of these super humanoid robots.
All right, and is this... At what point do we not need humans at all? Well, I mean, wouldn't AI learn that human's job at some point too?
Dave, I've always wondered, when am I going to be on an airplane sitting next to a machine that's occupying the seat next to me? And when that day comes, I think it's over. But, it's one of those things where I think, we're caught in this quandary. If we don't propel ourselves forward with AI and allow some sort of unleashed development and innovation in this country, China will catch up and go beyond us in this space. So it's important that we allow innovation. At the same time, we're going to have to keep our eye on it and see how we can put some guardrails on this so it doesn't eventually kill us all off.
Yeah, and of course, we're also dealing with the use of AI in ways to steal our money, right? I mean, people have been scamming people since there have been people, but now it just seems to be so much worse.
Dave, I think you're talking about some stats that just came out from the FTC that's, a profound number. $3 billion lost last year to imposter scams. This is when somebody calls you on the phone and they use a voice of someone familiar to you or an official. And many times it's a loved one. And oftentimes it's a urgent plea for some kind of criminal act that's happened, and they might say, I've got your daughter. She was involved in something that, went south, and we're holding her in this van, and we're not going to let her out until you wire us some money. I need you to drive to Walmart, follow these instructions, and send money to us by Western Union to this account. People are falling for it left and right because what they hear in the background is their daughter in her own voice saying, please, Dad, help me, please. And you go, oh my God. If you're the father or the mother of that daughter, you act without thinking twice. You want to save your daughter. And sure, you're going to go send $1,000, $2,000 to these people to help your daughter. And it adds up and it adds up. And this is profoundly fooling people because the AI technology can clone our voices in a matter of seconds to where you would not be able to distinguish whether it was really you, Dave, or the AI Dave.
Wow, okay. So how are they cloning us that quickly? Like, how are they getting such accurate portrayals of ourselves?
Machine language. This is AI coming to its fruition. This is really just smart computing, which takes our voice snippets and
from where?
Decipher. Well, from recordings of our own voices. So, for example, if you have your outgoing message on your voicemail, you might want to change that to the default generic one from the phone company because your own voice can be taken from that and used. They often also go onto social media. They'll go onto your Facebook or Instagram profile. And if you have a video there of you, say, hanging out with some friends, talking about something, well, they can just take your voice right off that clip and they process it. And the next thing you know, they're typing in something that then sounds exactly like you.
Okay, so on the phone call, if I said, well, wait a minute, you say you have my daughter, let me talk to her. Would they pretend to put the daughter on the phone and then you...
Well, they could. So one of the things you might want to do in that scenario is if they're willing to do that, you might want to say, I will ask you a certain kind of question that only she would know. And if you have that opportunity and they can't answer that, then you probably are into a scam. But in the moment that you're trying to save your daughter's life, that often does not happen.
Okay. So, but you back up a little bit. So you think we should all have, like, with our children and with our loved ones, some sort of a question that only we know the answer to. Is that the deal?
I do. I think you've got to have a password between your family, and that's one of the safest things to have so that everyone in the family knows the same words. So if something like this comes down your way, you say, hey, what is our secret word? And if they utter that out, you know that's a real family member. If it's a scammer on the other end, they'll never know that word.
How prevalent are we talking about here?
We're talking about a survey just conducted by McAfee that said that 1 out of 10 Americans have already received this kind of a voice scam call. So, I mean,
that's
it's just
a lot
growing
of people.
because the technology is easier and it costs. It's a lot. It's a ton of people. It's a ton of Americans getting duped every day.
All right. So what do people do? I mean, let's say this happens and you've done this.
Well, one thing is try to get yourself off the internet to begin with. So what I used to do years ago was I would physically go to these public data companies and remove myself. And then I realized that as soon as I did that, they would populate it right back on again later. So up came these data removal services. There's several that are out there. It's a pain in the rear end to think about having to pay them a monthly fee, but it's worth it. And it's cheaper if you do it for the whole family. And what that does is it takes you off the radar of a scammer altogether. So if they can't even see you in order to scam you, then you're pretty much in the clear.
What about texts that we get? I mean, a lot of people know we get spam texts and you don't want to, you don't want to answer it. Are the scammers getting better at making the texts look real?
Oh, heck yeah. Are you kidding? So imagine this. So I could say I'm a scammer and I could say, I could mention 2 things that maybe you posted in social media that an algorithm and a software picked up, which says essentially you were out last weekend at a football game and your team won and you celebrated it and you said it online. And I can text you and just say, hey, Dave, I remember seeing you at the game on Sunday and you dropped your something out of your wallet and I have it for you. Why don't you text me back? Just click this link right here. Boom.
Wow.
You would think that's totally legit.
Yeah, but
Because
links, I'm
it's
so
familiar to you.
You know what? I've heard you and others talk so much about clicking links that I don't know if I would.
Well, here's the rule of thumb that I use that I wish people would follow. If you did not ask for it, don't click it. If you didn't ask for it, don't click it. Period.
When people are scammed, they can't always get what they lost back. What should people try to do?
Well, first of all, is to protect your money, because often the scammers are going after your bank accounts, credit cards, investment accounts. So the bottom line here is you want to protect your money, and you also want to protect the installation of your monies. To remove the access to your money as much as possible. That means adding two-factor authentication. That's such a pain in the rear end, so that you have to verify that it's you when you make financial transactions. It would mean also using antivirus software on virtually every device you have, so that when you do get a malicious link sent your way on your phone, that when you click it, it often doesn't do anything because the antivirus system already picked it up and says, we know this is trouble. We're not going to let you go to that trouble. The other thing is just removing yourself from the wide platter of victims that are out there by deleting as much of your personal data online as you can. And on your social profiles, set those to private. Make them for just your friends, not everybody else. The general public should not have a view of what's going on in your everyday life in social media. So you want to just dial that down and always police it, because oftentimes these companies will tweak rules and services, and suddenly you're sharing something you didn't even know you were sharing.
Kurt Knudsen, the Cyber Guy, the website, cyberguy.com. You can also see his material at foxnews.com/tech. He's, of course, the founder of the Cyber Guy, and it's great to have you back on the show. Thanks, Kurt.
Dave, always good to talk to you.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hello, everyone. For all of you who suffer from calcium oxalate stones, here is some free advice. Tip 1, drink plenty of water. It takes a lot of water to dilute and pass the substances that lead to stones. Tip 2, modify your diet. You'll need to limit sodium, cut your meat.
Tired of difficult lifestyle changes that often don't work? If you suffer from calcium oxalate stones, now there's help. Kidney Cop, Calcium Oxalate Protector. Add Kidney Cop to your routine as a way to potentially reduce or even stop the formation of calcium oxalate stones. Kidney Cop is a dietary supplement developed by doctors and pharmacists. It's been proven in laboratory tests to reduce the rate of calcium oxalate crystal growth by 99%. That's right, 99%. Just take Kidney Cop. Satisfaction guaranteed or your money back. You can purchase affordable Kidney Cop today by visiting Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyCop.com. Yes, you can start enjoying life again. Purchase Kidney Cop at Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyCop.com today.
These statements have not been reviewed by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Sponsored by Calcium Oxalate Labs, Inc.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Robinhood Gold members can now enjoy the VIP treatment, receiving a 3% IRA match on annual retirement contributions. With Robinhood Gold, the perks of the high net worth are now available for any net worth. The new gold standard is here with Robinhood Gold. To receive a 3% boost on annual IRA contributions, sign up at Robinhood.com/gold. Investing involves risk. 3% match requires Robinhood Gold $5 a month for 1 year from first match. Must keep funds in IRA for 5 years. Go to Robinhood.com/boost. Robinhood Financial LLC member SIPC. Gold membership is offered by Robinhood Gold LLC.
An American Heritage Cash Reward MasterCard helps you tackle that to-do list. Get up to 3% cash back at home improvement stores, groceries, and pharmacies. And when the chores are done, treat yourself to a well-deserved vacation, earning 2% cash back on travel, hotels, and rideshares, and 1% on everything else you buy, including online purchases. Apply today at AmericanHeritageCU.org/credit cards. Subject to credit approval, insured by NCUA, Equal Opportunity Lender. Get ready for spring by making a statement in your home with beautiful, high-quality furniture from Bucks County Estate Traders. Browse over 16,000 pieces, all high-quality, famous brands, meticulously cared for and curated by our experts. Many pieces are even reupholstered by their talented team of craftsmen. You can furnish every room in your home with one trip to Bucks County Estate Traders. Their team of knowledgeable professionals provides a relaxed and rewarding experience. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or their showroom in Hatfield.
Children are the greatest joy and our best hope for a better future. Friends, they are the future. But did you know that millions of kids right here in our own backyard are facing hunger every day? Without healthy food, it's harder to grow, to thrive, to feel their best.
The impact when children don't have enough to eat is tremendous because when you're hungry and your basic needs aren't being met, you cannot learn.
Every child deserves to be fed. This is a problem we know how to solve. Food is not just food. It's energy, health, confidence, hope, and even love. Yes, love.
Breakfast in the classroom contributes to kids being more focused, which leads to higher grades, and simply just their well-being.
Learn more about how No Kid Hungry is helping end child hunger in America at helpnokidhungry.org.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. Secretary of State Marco Rubio is in France with Special Envoy to the Middle East, Steve Witkoff, today discussing a ceasefire deal between Ukraine and Russia.
We need to determine very quickly now, and I'm talking about in a matter of days, whether or not this is doable over the next few weeks. If it is, we're in. If it's not, then we have other priorities to focus on as well.
The 30 European countries discussing this potential deal. The U.S. is not committed to providing any military assistance. The son of a sheriff's deputy, Phoenix Eichner, now accused of fatally shooting 2 people and wounding 6 others at Florida State University yesterday. Florida State University student Owen Gerard telling Fox News at night he didn't realize what he was hearing at first.
We dismissed it immediately. Next thing you know, you have all of these students running at you, yelling that there's a shooter.
No word on a motive. America's listening to Fox News.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
The Dallas Mavericks and the Miami Heat are still alive in the NBA postseason. Klay Thompson scored 16 of his 23 points in the second quarter. Dallas outscored Sacramento there 44-19. The Mavericks beat the Kings 120-106. Sacramento was out. Dallas will play Memphis tomorrow. The winner of that game will take on Oklahoma City in the first round of the playoffs. Tyler Hero scored 38 points for the Heat, who eliminated the Bulls 109-90. Miami will play Atlanta tomorrow. The winner will play the Cavaliers in the first round of the playoffs. Montreal Canadiens clinched the final Stanley Cup playoff spot, beat the Hurricanes 4-2, which knocked Columbus out of playoff contention. That's your sports on the Fox News Rundown. Jared Max, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
Adam Silver is the beta to David Stern's alpha. That's another thing I continue to see with the NBA and how he handles these situations. I mean, David Stern, if you believe all of the rumors and everything else, he suspended Michael Jordan at the height of Michael Jordan. At Malice in the Palace, he said, you're going to wear what I tell you to wear to games. I don't care if it appears racist or whatever. You're going to dress like professionals. And we're going to tell you what dressing professional looks like. You're going to be ready for a job interview now in 2004 NBA because you can't stay out of the stands and stop from fighting fans. So here's going to be the response to it. Meanwhile, Adam Silver, hey guys, it wasn't violent in nature, that celebration, but we did warn them not to do it again. And the very next night, they do it. And $75,000 fine.
75 grand, yeah.
I'm Chad Withrow with Hot Mike with Hutton and Withrow on the Fox News Rundown.
Standing at the edge of a rocky shore, you breathe in the cool, salty air, watching the sun disappear on the horizon. Across the globe, someone begins their day along a sandy beach, listening to the rhythm of the crashing waves. You each envision a world beneath the water, vibrant life in every imaginable form. Now, imagine it's all gone.
What was once a place of wonder and beauty is now a dull, lifeless wasteland. Food, jobs, medicine, all gifts from the ocean, all gone. Time is running out to protect our oceans, and without our love, everything the oceans provide can and will disappear. It's our choice. Love it or lose it. Help protect our oceans. Visit World Wildlife Fund at wwf.org/love.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute.
Let it snow, let it snow, let it snow.
Well, it won't exactly be Christmas in July, but a growing number of ski resorts are trying to keep the white stuff around at least until Memorial Day.
We continue to upgrade our snowmaking system so that we can have ideally the longest season in the Midwest.
And to do that, according to Jason Pearl, general manager of Boyne Mountain Resort in Michigan, through something he calls snow farming, where they move snow into big piles and then spray man-made snow on top of it.
That will stay there, and we will groom it and ski and ride on it just as long as we can.
Other ski resorts in the $59 billion U.S. industry are also deploying similar strategies, using sophisticated technology to deal with warmer than usual winters. Boyd Mountain's Pearl says warm rain is their biggest enemy, but he's hopeful.
It's exciting to know that no matter what challenges Mother Nature throws our way, we can come up with solutions to preserve the sport we love.
Denise Pellegrini, Bloomberg Radio.
They told us nothing but lies.
These timeshare thieves out there are terrible.
They bullied us.
It was a nightmare. We felt stuck.
Our timeshare is all a scam.
They stole from us. They were thieves.
I was completely taken advantage of.
Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, founder and CEO of Wesley Financial Group, and I know the tough spot you're in. Are you asking yourself, why did I buy that timeshare? I'll tell you why, because that presentation wasn't a normal sales pitch. It was a show to convince you that timeshare is a great investment. They told you it was available today and today only. They said you're foolish if you don't buy, and unfortunately, you believed them. We get over 3,000 complaints a week from folks just like you that were misled into buying a timeshare. Give us a call. I guarantee if we take you as a client, we will cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free information kit. 800-314-2233. 800-314-2233. 800-314-2233.
At IHOP, you can get a satisfying, craveable breakfast for only $7 with IHOP's House Faves. Enjoy fluffy buttermilk pancakes, your choice of hickory smoked bacon or pork sausage, and eggs your way with the Breakfast Faves combo. Or enjoy a savory ham and cheese omelet, French toast breakfast, or house scramble, all for just $7 each. Stop by today and try any of IHOP's House Faves, available weekdays from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m., all for just $7. For a limited time, dine-in only. Price and participation may vary by location.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial # law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Yo, Philly, Landon Dickerson here. You showed up for us all season, and now we need your support again. Join me and the World Champs on Saturday, May 17th for the Eagles Autism Challenge presented by Lincoln Financial. I look forward to this event every year, and all I gotta say is you won't want to miss it. Come bike, run, or walk with any of your favorite Eagles players. Let's work together to transform the lives of individuals affected by autism. Register today at eaglesautismchallenge.org. I'll see you there.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Now, don't get suckered into the same old free phone game by Big Wireless that comes with a lot of fine print, plus. Oh, in other words, you pay more. At the end of the day, you paid for that, quote, free phone 3 times over. There is a better way. Pure Talk, my cell phone provider, a veteran-owned company, my sponsor, my wireless company, has a much better offer. A free phone with a qualifying plan for just $35 a month. and you get a brand new Samsung Galaxy A26. Just make the switch to Pure Talk for $35 a month. You get unlimited talk, unlimited text, 15 gigs of data with mobile hotspot and roaming, all on America's most dependable 5G network. Just dial pound 250, say the keyword Pure Talk, and Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team will help you make the switch in as little as 10 minutes. Again, just dial pound 250, say the keyword Pure Talk for your free Samsung Galaxy with qualifying plan when you make the switch to Pure Talk, wireless by Americans for Americans.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Good morning, Philadelphia. Good morning, 1210 WPHT, and good morning, America. Happy Good Friday. This is Kayal and Company, but this is not Kayal and Company. This is Sean Farish, your favorite president. You know who you're talking about. Everybody knows. Everybody loves it. Everybody knows we're doing so well. Filling in for you for the duration of the show, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. Eastern Time, where we'll hand it off to the great Kathy Barnett, who you're all very familiar with here on the wonderful airwaves of 1210 WPHT. We got a wild morning for you. It's a good Friday. We've been hanging with the 1210 family a lot lately. It's been a lot of fun, as it always is. I myself have been all around the country lately. I just got back from West Virginia, Mountain Mama, Take Me Home, Country Roads, right? Was able to honored to join Tim Pool on Timcast IRL last week. Was up in the great state of Ohio with the likely next governor of Ohio, Vivek Ramaswamy, as the world continues to spin and things continue to go absolutely crazy. Look, we got Phil Almquist. We got Jimmy Kelly running things back at home base and I say this in the nicest way possible, the great city of Philadelphia, where I found out, I guess it wasn't in Philly, but the Honorable Dawn Stensland yesterday sent me an email. And apparently, I don't know if I'm pronouncing this right, because in Pennsylvania, you've got very strange names for things, as we do on Long Island as well. Schuylkill County, I believe. Remember the tuna heist last year of August of 2024? There was a shrimp heist. Apparently now 40 boxes of frozen shrimp were stolen from a tractor trailer. So maybe we'll get to that today, or maybe we'll wait for all of us to be back together at one point in time, and we'll go over that. There's been a lot going on, though, hasn't there been? There has been a lot going on in the world. Kilmar Abrego Garcia. Why don't they refer to him by his first name, by the way? Kilmar. Maybe because it sounds a little, I don't know, mean. Nothing against the guy's name, but they keep calling him Abrego Garcia. It sounds a lot friendlier than Kilmar, right? Well, you have the Abrego Garcia, the Kilmar. It's really Kilmar Armando Abrego Garcia situation, absolutely spinning out of control from the Democrat Party. They thought they had something. Well, they deported this guy, and he wasn't an MS-13 gang member, and they made the whole thing up. And this is my favorite. There's no evidence that he's an MS-13 gang member. No evidence. None. I made this comparison the other day. The presence of evidence doesn't necessarily mean that something happened, right? You could look outside. It could be wet outside, and you could logically come to the conclusion that, okay, it's wet outside. It must have rained. But just because it's wet outside doesn't mean rain came down, right? It could be dew. Somebody could have spilled water, sprinklers, could have been anything. But if you turn to your friend and you say, hey, it's wet outside, I think it rained, and your friend comes in and tells you, well, there's no evidence of that. Well, you just gave him evidence that would suggest that it rained outside. Makes sense? It should. Is it too early in the morning for logic. It never is. So these people on the left saying there's no evidence. Well, there's a lot of evidence. 2 courts plus a police gang unit found ample evidence, as a matter of fact, that Kilmar Armando Abrego Garcia was affiliated with and a verified member of the brutal El Salvadoran gang known as MS-13. Now, I know the primary audience for the station is in the Northeast. I come from Long Island. I'm in Tennessee now, but I grew up on Long Island. There was a town in Suffolk County on Long Island. Brentwood was the name of it. And Brentwood was pretty much run and operated by MS-13. For some reason, they took a liking to Brentwood, Long Island. And they didn't just stay isolated to Brentwood. There were several other cities and towns across Long Island where MS-13 had a presence. And it became the kind of not expected, but the norm every now and again for body parts, dismembered, arms, legs, heads, hands, to be found in parks and along the side of the road. And every time a story like that would hit the local news, everybody would say, oh, okay, that's MS-13. These are the types of people that the left, Senator Van Hollen, and I'm not saying that Kilmar Armando Abrego Garcia ever did that to somebody, although I don't know if he did one way or the other. But the people that 2 courts and a police gang unit said that he affiliated with did this fairly commonly where I used to live. Anyone familiar with what is known as a Colombian necktie? It's pretty gross. People are like, no, it's too early in the morning to talk about graphic things, but you have to understand the reason why I do this and the reason why I bring up these really, really graphic, terrible, shocking examples is because, you know, I've been thinking about 2026 ever since 2024 ended, right? The midterms right around the corner. You've got to know and you've got to tell your friends the people that the left are cozying up to. When MS-13 would take a person's life on Long Island, and they've done this in other places across the country, they would cut a hole right in the neck. And they would pull the victim's tongue through that hole. They called it a Colombian necktie. Brutal people. Again, I'm not saying that Kilmar Abrego Garcia ever did that to somebody. I don't know if he did or if he didn't. I'm saying the people that 2 courts and a police gang unit claimed he was verified to be a part of, that gang, did that quite frequently where I used to live. And those are the people at the left they're choosing to defend. People like Luigi Mangione. Say what you want about the healthcare industry. You know, you have Taylor Lorenz, who made a fool of herself on with Sean Hannity, who couldn't even make a simple statement like, yeah, I condemn, murder. She's like, well, if we're going to talk about murder, we should talk about the healthcare. I'm like, this woman can't get out of her own way. She could very well have made her point that the healthcare system needs fixing. But the way you fix the healthcare system is just start assassinating CEOs on public sidewalks. Carmelo Anthony, not the basketball player, is becoming sort of a folk hero among the left now. And that whole situation. And they removed Jeff Metcalf, Austin Metcalf, from the press conference yesterday. They said it was disrespectful for him to be there. The nerve, right? Is my favorite Dan Bunch, moose nuts that you have to say something like that. Disrespectful? Anybody want to ask these clowns who are representing Carmelo Anthony if it was disrespectful to have killed Austin Metcalf? Anybody want to be bold enough to ask that question? Absolutely craziness. Oh, and by the way, Jeff Metcalf was asked to leave the press conference, and he left and didn't stab anybody over it. Wow. It's amazing what happens when you don't act like an animal. But the left has cozied up to violence. They've cozied up to crazy. Senator Van Hollen going down to El Salvador, acting like meeting Abrego Garcia is like meeting some sort of honorable foreign diplomat, shaking hands with him like he's some sort of celebrity, begging to bring that guy back into the United States. How many times have you heard the left go, we have to bring him home? He is home. He's a citizen of El Salvador. He's not a citizen of the United States. He even admitted to the Prince George's County gang unit that he illegally entered the United States. This case is cut and dry. He does not belong here. He should not be here. And when he was here, it seemed like he caused a lot of problems for his wife, who petitioned for an order of protection against him, and then came back and said, no, he's okay, actually. He's all right. Anything seem fishy about that? You think maybe the gang got to her and said, yeah, you better stop. How about our friends over here? Because I'm in Tennessee. How about our friend Michael Patrick Leahy, Tom Pappert, and the Tennessee Star blowing the lid off of a story that said Kilmar Armando Abrego Garcia was pulled over in Tennessee by Tennessee Highway Patrol in 2022 for driving without a license with 7 people in his vehicle coming from Texas. They stopped him on suspicion of human trafficking, found out that he was driving without a license, contacted the FBI, and the FBI told them to release him. We got that later. You got the school shooting also in Florida State University, which is, I know it's something that every time one of these things happen, people start going all over the place, politicizing it, and there's definitely a political angle you could take toward it, but I like to look at a logical angle. Can we admit that gun-free zones? I'm not saying all the students should be carrying guns on school campuses like it's the wild, wild west. But can we? If gun can, here's the argument, and anybody who's listening, right? Feel free to tell me why gun-free zones are effective. 855-839-1210. If this is very simple. If gun control worked, right? If gun control was effective, then why do all of these shootings happen on schools that are gun-free zones? If it's a gun-free zone, why isn't the zone gun-free? Right? It's that Billy Bean. Have you ever seen Moneyball? If he's such a good hitter, how come he doesn't hit good? That's what I wanted to ask Bruce Bochy last night. My Texas Rangers, they won, so I'm not too upset. Off to a pretty good start this year, though for some reason we have no way, there's no way we win in Seattle. We can't figure out a way to win in Seattle, but that's all right. But we got Jock Peterson, who's hitting below 100, and Bochy, and I love Bochy. Don't get me wrong, but he's over there, so he's a very good hitter. I'm like, if he's such a good hitter, how come he's not hitting, right? If gun-free zones are effective, if gun control works, how come it doesn't work? Could it be Oak Island voice? You guys know what I'm talking about if you watch the Kurds. Could it be Wood at 90 feet? Could it be that criminals don't give a sugar honey iced tea about gun laws? Could it be? There's no way, right? They're criminals. They're criminals. A criminal who was already committed to breaking the law doesn't care that they're breaking the law. Right? If a criminal is ready to kill somebody, someone's got a gun and they want to murder someone, they're not going to be like, oh, man, I can't bring a gun in that zone and pull off this crime. You also can't kill people. Not to mention, At the root of this tragedy is the fact that the shooter at Florida State University was the son of a Leon County Sheriff's deputy who gained access to this weapon. He was also a part of the Leon County Sheriff's Youth Council or something, Youth Leadership Council or something like that. Don't know. We don't know what went on in this. Phoenix Eichner, I think is his name, in his head. But it is a tragedy. 2 dead, none of which were students, but 2 dead. Should never have happened. And the left was, we have gun reform. But this seems to be a legal firearm. Gun reform wouldn't have solved this. FSU is a gun-free zone. So we'll talk about the whole idea behind gun control. And there's no greater measure of gun control than to make a zone gun-free, right? We have that. We will have Abrego Garcia drama. The left cozying up to violence. I don't know if you guys saw this post over on X, this Nicholas Decker. We'll get to him. We'll get to that major update from the Tennessee Star, our good friends out there, Michael Patrick Leahy, Tom Pappert, here in the great state of Tennessee. We'll get to all that this morning, all the way up until 10 a.m. Eastern time, where we'll hand it off to Kathy Barnett, the great Kathy Barnett, on 1210 WPHT. It's Sean Farish filling in for you all 4 hours this morning. Follow me on X at SHAWN_FARASH. We got a whole show, jam-packed 4 hours coming to you here on 1210 WPHT. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this.
This hour of Kayal & Company is brought to you by D&K Appliances, family-owned and operated. Offers industry-leading brands like Bosch, GE, Profile, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, Sub-Zero, and more. They're there for local experts, guiding you through sales, delivery, installation, and service. Visit D&K Appliances in Newtown Square and Flowertown or dnkappliances.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Water quality continues to be in topic. Ensure your family is drinking clean, pure water with the Kinetico water system from Martin Water Conditioning. The Kinetico system improves all the impurities from your water. What comes out of the tap? Crystal clear, all natural, delicious water. Put the Martin Water Conditioning family's passion for water to work for you. Do what I did. Contact Martin Water Conditioning. Visit martinwater.com. martinwater.com. Be sure to tell them Dom sent you.
Join us as we turn the lights up at the bank on Friday, May 2nd at 6:45 when the Diamondbacks visit Philly and the Phil's City Connect jersey returns. Order tickets now at phillies.com. Let's be frank. You don't want to miss Hatfield Phillies Frank's BOGO Night. Get 2 hot dogs for $5 on Tuesday, April 29th when the Phils play the Nats at 6:45. Order tickets now at phillies.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
A message for qualified investors from Noble Gold Investments. If your portfolio is over $250,000 and you aren't hedged, you're sitting on a ticking time bomb. With markets at all-time highs, history tells us what comes next. A 10% allocation into gold and silver can help diversify. Experienced investors know that in times of economic uncertainty, real assets, not paper promises, offer true security. Noble Gold Investments makes it easy to add institutional-grade gold and silver to your portfolio. so you can hedge like the world's smartest investors. For nearly a decade, Noble Gold has helped thousands of Americans protect their future, turning numbers on a screen into real, tangible assets. And right now, when you make a qualified investment, Noble Gold will add a free 10th-ounce gold coin to your order. Disciplined investors protect what they've built. Visit NobleGoldInvestments.com today. NobleGoldInvestments.com.
Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
Have you tried hands-free Skechers slip-ins yet? Because if you haven't, you're missing out on technology that changes how you think about shoes. First, these are not just regular slip-on shoes. They're not just a pair of loafers without laces. But what makes them different is the technology inside that lets you just step into them. There's a built-in hidden shoehorn that slides your foot in, so they look, feel, and wear just like a pair of shoes you're used to. Except you don't have to bend down, struggle to put them on, or touch them. Try them at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com and get ready for the workday.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Free speech lives here with Don Stensland, 10 till noon on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Welcome back to Kayal Company. Sean Farish filling in 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. Eastern Time here, 1210 WPHT. As we have already kicked off hour one, nearly halfway through it already, and we're going to talk about this Florida State school shooting, the tragedy that took place yesterday in Tallahassee at Florida State University, and the conversation that, of course, always winds up surfacing and bubbling up when something like this happens, rather than, everyone acknowledges that it's a tragedy, because it is a tragedy. But it always comes back to gun control. It always comes back to gun control. And the left will always make it about, if nobody had guns, this wouldn't happen. Well, how do you make nobody have guns? Right? How do you guarantee that nobody has guns? Well, if you ban guns, right? But do criminals ever abide by bans? I mean, the term criminal, this is somebody who is committing a crime. They don't have any regard for the law, right? Are they going to listen to gun laws? A man or a woman or somebody, a group, a gang, the perpetrator, a criminal syndicate getting ready to, let's say, rob a bank. Well, the bank is a gun-free zone, or the city the bank is in is a gun-free zone. Or what? Look, New York City has some of the most strict gun laws in the country. Luigi Mangione didn't stop him. Why? Because he doesn't care about a gun ban or a gun law or gun restrictions. He's planning on committing a far worse crime than carrying a gun in an area where it doesn't belong. Criminals don't care about the law. All it does, and there's actually a conversation I was having with somebody a couple days ago, is it wages war essentially on law-abiding citizens. Well, pause real quick and think about the border, right? Because one of my favorite things to say, and I'm going to start saying it till I'm blue in the face, because it is the truth. One of my favorite things to say is that laws only matter if they are enforced. I say this almost every day on my streaming show on Rumble, rumble.com/LFATV, from 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. Eastern Time, right? I say this almost every day because it is the truth. Look no further than the southern border. Laws only matter if they are enforced, okay? The last administration didn't enforce the law on the southern border. Therefore, nobody bothered to try and follow the law on the southern border, and for that matter, the northern border as well. But the southern border had far more traffic. Donald Trump is sworn in. No new legislation is passed. They're enforcing the laws on the books. 95% drop in illegal immigration. Very simple, right? I mean, it's not hard to see that when you enforcement of the law in and of itself is usually a strong enough deterrent to keep people, the majority of people, a large number of people, from breaking the law. All we really needed was a new president, right? We said it at the joint address, beautiful address, right? Hunter Biden heard joint address. He thought we were going to start lighting up together. That's not what we're doing, right? It was a beautiful, beautiful address. Greatest speech the world has ever seen. Nobody's ever done a better job. No, but on a real note, right? Laws are only laws if they are enforced. Laws only matter if they are enforced. Now, people love to say, oh my gosh, the laws that we have right now aren't enough. We need new laws. Well, the only thing the new laws are going to do is make life harder for the folks who are already following the law, right? It's not going to impact criminals who are ready to commit a heinous crime. People go, well, what are you saying? You're just going to let it happen? No. But wouldn't you rather have more safeguards in society, aka good guys with guns, right? I'm not saying students on campus should be carrying guns like it's, like it's a scene out of the Wild Wild West, right? Where, it's the showdown at high noon, right? In the middle of the street. That's not what I'm saying I want college campuses to be or public schools to be. But wouldn't you rather have somebody on site who could neutralize somebody who is posing a threat with a gun than have to wait for police to show up? Doesn't that make more sense? You're a little more prepared in that case. Doesn't it make sense that if every school in America, and I'm not saying every school is going to do this, but had armed security, then our schools are going to look like jails. Well, hold on. Would you rather your schools look not like jails? I'm not saying it has to be, you're going to have, that's a silly argument. But wouldn't you rather have your schools be more secure and your children be safe than have your schools be a massive target because nobody on the school grounds has the means to neutralize anybody who walks onto that property with a firearm? Isn't that a better trade-off for your children's safety? My wife's school, she went to public school in Tallahassee, had an armed security guard there. Everybody respected him. There were no school shootings at her school. He carried. You have a guy who's getting ready or a gal who's getting ready. Let's say, for instance, what happened here in Nashville a couple of years ago with the trans shooter, right? Do you think that if she knew there was an armed security guard, she may have thought twice, I'm not going to be able to get into that school? They'd be able to stop these threats before they happen, these attackers, before they're able to claim innocent lives. Maybe it would be a strong enough deterrent to keep people away who are getting ready to do these things. It's absolutely bizarre to hear the first thing out of people's mouths: gun control, gun control, gun. It's a gun-free zone. How much more control do you want? You can't get more control than that. Donald Trump yesterday, President of the United States. Donald Trump yesterday was briefed about the school shooting. He said specifically that guns don't do the shooting. We have cut 7B. We could play cut 7B. Guns don't do the shooting. President of the United States. Want to roll that?
I'm a big advocate of the Second Amendment. I have been from the beginning. I protected it. And these things are terrible. But the gun doesn't do the shooting. The people do. It's, a phrase that's used probably too often. I will tell you that it's a shame. I'm just hearing about it now. I just hear about it. I know the area very well. I know the school very well. I know everything about it. It's Florida. And we'll have more to say about it later. After
What do you mean when you say there will be more to say about it?
Only in terms of what happened. As far as legislation is concerned, this has been going on for a long time. I have an obligation to protect the Second Amendment. I ran on the Second Amendment, among many other things, and I will always protect the Second Amendment.
The guns don't do the shooting. The people do. Let's face it, the gun did not walk onto that campus and commit the crime by itself. A person did. And the person who did it is apparently, by all reports, the son of a Leon County sheriff's deputy who was allegedly a pretty decent kid, as far as everyone knows, until yesterday. Apparently had access to one of his mother's weapons, and they found it at the scene. I don't know what went wrong in this kid's head, but the gun didn't do it by itself. And so to wage war on the instrument, on the gun, doesn't make much sense. How much more control do you want than the ability to declare a zone gun-free? By the left's logic, right? It's a gun-free zone. It's a place where guns are not allowed. By their logic, they believe that means there will be no guns in that zone because it's gun-free simply because of the label. But when somebody wants to commit a crime, don't you think a crime like this, don't you think they're going to look, what do they call it? The path of least resistance, right? Do you think this person would have committed this crime at a military base? No. Why? Because military bases tend to have a lot of people with guns on it, right? Tend to be real secure. I'm not saying you have to make your schools look like Area 51, where it says trespassers will be shot. That's not what I'm saying. What I am saying is, maybe more security, and it prevents this from happening. The safety of the students and the safety of the people on campus has to be taken more seriously than it is right now. And the idea that, oh my gosh, if we put a security guard who's armed, or a team of security guards in these schools that are armed, our schools are going to feel like prisons. You're not going to have people walking around with, these long guns, goose stepping around that's not what it's going to look like. Heck, these guys don't even have to show their weapons. It's not going to look like, Alcatraz. But wouldn't you put yourself in the mind of somebody who's getting ready to commit one of these crimes, and you hear that the school is protected by armed security? You're probably far less likely to attempt some sort of attack like this if you know that there's somebody at the front door standing there ready to shoot you if you pose a threat. I mean, if I was a criminal, putting my mind in getting in there, I would not target a location that had people who were armed and tasked with protecting that location. What I'm getting at here is that, unfortunately, schools have become an easy target because schools are not protected enough. And there's a lot of people who I know on Long Island, a lot of people who I know here in Tennessee. There's a lot of people who I know who would, retired cops, veterans, who would just for the sake of having a mission again, who would do this job for free. I'm not saying they should do the job for free, but there are people who would say, okay, I'm a retired cop. Okay, I'm a veteran. I'm trained in XYZ firearms. Let these guys and gals protect the school. That alone may be a strong enough deterrent. That alone may be a strong enough deterrent to keep this from happening again. Or at least prevent it from happening in many other cases in the future. Maybe not. It may not be perfect. It'll probably never be perfect. or at least prevent it from happening inside the school. We don't want our schools to look like our children shouldn't be going to school in a place that looks like a prison. First of all, let me just. Hopefully, there's no kids listening. It wasn't a long time ago, or I was going to public school. I'm only 33, about to be 34 in a couple weeks. All right, so it was kind of long ago. Whatever, 16 years, whatever. Whether there's a cop outside or armed security with guns or not, kids don't like school. Okay, a lot of them don't. They're like, oh, this is like jail. It's like people said it all the time. You know, the bottom line has to be safety. And what is the safest way to secure a school like this, a campus like that? Put an armed guard out there. You know, you want to talk about teachers carrying, that's a different debate. Tennessee's got a policy that's going into effect where teachers are going to be allowed to carry. They don't just walk into the school with guns. There has to be, there's a process by which they can, become certified to do so. But, don't you think that having somebody on site that can neutralize a threat quicker makes it a little safer? Or would you rather, all the schools are just going to be the wild, wild west because these criminals know it's going to be an easier target? I happen to think you put an armed guard, you put a team of armed guards, you put armed security outside of these schools, and it takes that attractiveness of the target away. There's a reason why it keeps happening at schools and not at military bases where lunatics don't storm, because the bases and places that have high security are secure. Why are we not securing our schools? That's the answer. Secure the schools. Don't wage war on our right to bear arms. And I'm happy to hear Donald Trump say that he is not going to be waging war on the Second Amendment. I'm happy to hear Donald Trump saying that it's his duty to protect the Second Amendment, because without the Second Amendment, the rest of the amendments don't matter. We're going to be back to wrap up hour one here on 1210 WPHT. We'll get into who this kid was, a little bit more on gun control. And then in the second hour and going forward, the left's obsession with violence, Luigi Mangione, Carmelo Anthony, Abrego Garcia. We'll have that and more here on 1210 WPHT. Sean Ferris filling in until 10 a.m., where Kathy Barnett will be filling in for Dawn Stenslin. We're back after this.
Kayal and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
My wife listens to B101. We've been commuting together to work over the last month or so. Wanted to let you know that both of us find the show to be very funny. Keep up the great work. Sincerely, Mark and Kay.
Thank you, Mark and Kay. We appreciate that. I'm not selfish. Like, if you want to give some love to some other stations, that's fine. We know you're going to come back here because our content is too compelling.
There you go.
Right?
Yes, indeed.
Come on.
Start your day with Kayal and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Hey, it's Nick Kayal. Register to get your tickets to the 2026 PGA Championship at Aronimink now.
You know you have pride in your team when you offer a guarantee for the life of your roof. That's right, for decades and thousands of roof installations, the award-winning team at GP Martini lives for roofing. That's why homeowners trust GP Martini to protect their largest investment. Whether you're considering an asphalt, shingle roof, metal roof, or even a solar roof, you can trust GP Martini Roofing. Visit martiniroofing.com. There's probably a satisfied GP Martini customer in your neighborhood. martiniroofing.com.
Bill Spadia lies about being with President Trump from the beginning. Here's Bill Spadia in his own words.
I'm not here to fight for Donald Trump. Again, I have my issues with Donald Trump. I wrote about how he failed as a president. Trump should have been tougher in his first term. I've said this before. President Trump failed. I don't want him to run again. I do not want President Trump to run again.
Bill Spadia, full MAGA? More like full of Paid for by Chitterelli for Governor, Inc., 99 Grey Rock Road, Suite 202, Clinton, New Jersey.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother got life insurance from Ethos, and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular to get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and now for a limited time, new customers can get their second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit a store near you, or consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Hey, daydreamer. Did we catch you thinking about your dreams? With Wells Fargo Premier, a team can help you plan for them. So let's imagine your biggest dream. Not the easy one, the one behind it. The one you work towards every day and every night. Can you see it? Then we can help you plan for it. Ready to start planning for your dreams? You can at wellsfargo.com/getpremier.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. My friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles feature the latest luxury vehicles from today's top brands: Mercedes-Benz, Jaguar, Land Rover, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, Maserati. These models with such sleek new designs and innovative features, powered by the very latest in technology. And they have thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles right now available across their Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey dealerships. Piazza Premium Automobiles stands out. Visit them, piazzapremiumautos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Not yet. Do it today. Okay. At 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Father of mine, tell me where have you been? You know I just closed my eyes, my whole world disappeared. Father of mine, take me back to the day, yeah, when I was still your golden boy, back before you went away. I remember blue.
All right, good morning. Good morning. Welcome back. Wrapping up hour one. I was just rocking out. That's Everclear, I think. That's a blast from the past. My, oh, my.
Yes, it is Everclear.
What a great song. What a great time. Phil Almquist, I know, is back there just nodding his head, probably pumping his fist.
Well, it is.
What a great time for music.
Well, it is Phil Almquist, by the way, who has picked all the music today.
Well, then that explains why we just got Everclear.
I don't pull these out of my own head. This is all Phil, by the way, who you can hear tomorrow night at 11 p.m. This Week in Music History with Phil Almquist. Great show. Doing quite well. This is, I believe, the fifth installment.
Well, we say he's doing a tremendous job, right? And he's doing
he
a
is
great
doing
job
great,
Mr.
President. He's got the endorsement of the President of the United States. You got to love
he
it.
He does. I heard, I heard that. I heard that he secured Trump's endorsement, which is great. Because Donald Trump doesn't always endorse the best people.
No, he doesn't.
But he got it right with Phil. He endorsed Lindsey Graham. We're going to put that one up there. He got it right with Phil. I'll tell you what. You play Everclear, I'm gonna be very happy. A little better than Ezra, right? The 90s were a great time. There was such good music came out of it. Now everything sounds. Look, everybody has adopted, I think, in music now the Nickelback method, where it all sounds the same. You got especially like with the pop and the hip hop. What's that lady's name? Oh, Espresso, whatever. Sabrina Carpenter sounds like these other. It's all the same crap. It's all the same because nothing. It's not even country music. It's all sounding the same now.
Yeah,
it's over. Music's over. AI's taking over. It's done. No, nothing will ever replace the 90s. I feel like it was a great time. All right, we got two callers. We're going to start with let's start with Sean in Philadelphia. I love your name, pal. What's going on, Sean?
Yeah, Sean. Good morning. I just wanted to chime in and say every township building, every county courthouse, and especially every state house is loaded with a plethora of security. And they're not worried about them looking like a prison. Every politician, political office, they got security details. They're not worried about that. But the school.
No, you're right. And they say they want the kids to see these guys with guns. Oh, it's going to look like a jail. It's going to feel like. Why don't we just take the perception of it, right? Oh, what it's going to look like, what it's going to feel like. Don't you want the kids to be safe, right? Because clearly what we're doing now isn't working. Wouldn't you agree, right? Like it's not working. So we want to do something better. The gun control isn't working either because there's no way to achieve more gun control than to declare a zone gun free.
That's correct. But
so I'm all for armed security at the schools.
Sure. Every courthouse. Not only every cop is loaded for bear, like, they're a deployed soldier. But you got the bailiffs and all the security in the courthouse on top of that.
Yep. No, I'm with you. I'm with you 100%. So I think it's time to start putting. Armed security. Start arming the schools security and start securing the schools with armed guards. Like you said, every county courthouse. These.
So it's kind of like January 6th. They brought in all the security after everybody was gone. They made sure the politicians were safe.
Well, you're right. Yeah. Why do we secure our
people.
politicians? Why do we secure our politicians? More than we secure our children. Yeah. Good question. Thanks for the call, Sean. I really appreciate it. Thank you. All right, cool. We have look, he brings up a good point. Politicians get better security. In many cases, athletes are given better security, albeit they're hired. But can't the state, the county?
You know who has some of the greatest security? Talk show hosts. Talk show hosts have got the greatest security, or anybody in media. Because I remember when we worked in the Channel 10 building, was where this radio station was originally at. And I remember when I first started, they had armed guards there because it was a TV facility, and they knew that there were a lot of crazy people out there. They took every security measure possible. I used to have to be escorted up to the studio before I got my key card. They were really on top of things. And talk show hosts, they have a lot of security because there's a lot of crazy people in the world, a lot of threats out there, and they take them very seriously.
And they should take those threats seriously. And we know that Chris Eppolito in the YouTube chat says, even worse, they put up a sign, a gun-free zone. No guns here, Mr. Criminal. He's so right. I mean, you're telling the criminal where to go. And I know that's not the intention, right? But that is the way it is interpreted in the mind of a criminal, right? You see, okay, this is a gun-free zone, so nobody's carrying. So I'm going to be the only one with a firearm. Immediately, you're now giving the criminal the upper hand. I don't understand why, as Sean in Philadelphia just said, why we're securing our politicians, more than we're securing our kids. And I'm not saying the politicians shouldn't be secure. We saw what happened in Butler, Pennsylvania to Donald Trump. We saw what almost happened to him on his golf course, right? Politicians are targets as well. Unfortunately, we live in a sick world where children are targets also, and we should be securing them just as much, if not more, and securing their places, especially their places of education, just as much, if not more, than we do courthouses and places where our politicians are gathering. Let's get to the other caller we have waiting on the line. It's Martin in Abington. What's up, Martin?
Hi, how you doing? Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning. By the way, we do live in a sick world, and that's my point. Why is it that Japan, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, Greenland, Iceland, Switzerland, Portugal, Denmark, I could go on and on, they don't need any armed guards, never will need an armed guard? That's an important question we Americans have to ask ourselves. I've carried a gun for 15 years. I understand inside and out, but we have to ask ourselves the question. You may be right. We may need guns, all these places. Why? Because when you're in Japan, when you're in these places, it doesn't happen. It never happens. Why does it happen here? And you're also wrong about something else. The music in the 90s was not as good as the 60s and the 70s, so we're not going to go there, but yeah.
Well, I'm gonna counter that and say Shinzo Abe was assassinated in Japan by a man with a gun, and there was nobody there that was able to neutralize him before that assassination happened. So it does happen. Now, does it happen at the rate that it happens in the United States? It apparently doesn't. Okay, but is that because of the gun, or is that because of the fact that we have let mental health decline so rapidly in this country? Because again, it isn't the gun that does the shooting. It's a person who is deranged that does the shooting. So I'm not going to say that because these areas that don't have people carrying guns don't suffer from gun violence. You have issues in Germany and in the European Union right now with knife violence instead. Are we going to ban knives? You have people running people over with vehicles. Are we going to ban cars because somebody could commit a crime with it? So I don't believe the answer here is to crack down on people who are carrying guns. I believe the answer here is to obviously, A, treat the mental health crisis properly in this country instead of coddling people, and B, more good guys with guns will neutralize bad guys with guns. You saw what happened in Japan. I mean, again, Shinzo Abe was shot in broad daylight by a man carrying a gun. Nobody could stop the person because he was the only guy with a gun.
I agree with you, but the numbers say, I'm sorry, the numbers say we are a far sicker society than these societies. I have friends who received doctorates and worked in Japan. They would leave their wallet somewhere. It would be in a department store. These people would leave it on the glass for the whole day until he came and picked it up because no one would steal it. We are living in a different reality here, and we have to look at that. Why? It's not guns. It may be mental health. It may be all of them, but we're not addressing it. Why don't we look at these countries who literally have basically almost no crime, and why are we so out of control?
Well, and I think that highlights the mental health aspect of it more so than the gun. Somebody who feels comfortable leaving their wallet on the glass at a department store isn't doing that because folks around him aren't carrying firearms. He's doing that because of what we're highlighting here, that they have a stronger moral compass there. And I think that's where we have to look first before we start looking at banning things, is looking at what is causing people to make these bad decisions. What is causing people to try and, gain an unfair edge over our peers in society? What is causing people to come to the conclusion that hurting other people is the answer, right? Because whether they want to hurt somebody with a gun, or they want to hurt somebody with a knife, or they want to hurt somebody with an improvised, explosive like the Boston Marathon bomber who turned a pressure cooker into a bomb. That's what we have to focus on, rather than focusing on the weapon itself. The real weapon, the real cause of these issues is the fact that we have declined as a nation from a mental health perspective, that we have made it essentially normal to want to hurt other people. And we're going to talk about that later this morning, about how the left has gravitated towards using violence, and now they are openly admitting it. Thanks for the call, Martin. We appreciate that. And, I'm not going to agree that it's necessarily the gun, but I will absolutely agree that society, as you mentioned, is sick. And it's not just a describer or a description of, like how Trump says the media is a sick people. No, people are actually suffering from a sickness, from a delusion. And we as a nation and as a society, we've attempted to address it with kid gloves. Well, we don't want to offend anybody. Well, we don't want to be too drastic what do you mean you don't want to offend it? What do you mean you don't want to be too drastic? If society is sick, right? Look at Nashville. The shooter who, I don't like saying the shooter's name, who shot up the Christian private school here in the Covenant School in Nashville 2 years ago. That person was sick. The manifesto proves that person was sick, was suffering from a mental illness, a severe mental illness. It is obvious, at least to me, it is obvious, at least to me, that the answer here is to treat the mental illness problem here in society, in our country. Treat the mental illness epidemic that has spread rapidly, because rather than treating it, we've essentially affirmed a lot of these delusions, right? A man wants to wear a dress. All of a sudden, he could walk into the ladies' room because telling him he can't is insensitive, and he might get angry and he might feel excluded. Well, you know what? A male should feel excluded from the women's restroom. It's not his restroom to use. That's the problem. It's not that you don't accept people who have a problem, a mental illness, whatever it might be. You have to help them. You've got a friend who's a schizophrenic. You don't go to that schizo friend and say, hey, buddy, every single voice you hear in that head of yours, it's all real, and you should listen to them. You don't do that. That's not the help that they need. It is time for us as a country to get serious. Maybe Bobby Kennedy will look at this. It's time for us as a country to get serious about what is causing that. Is it the food we eat? Is it the content we consume? Is it, in terms of news, in terms of social media, in terms of movies? They blamed it on video games once. Clearly, I don't think that's the problem. Is it the lessons that we're being taught as we grow up? Is it the lack of strong parenting? Is it the idea that, we could just, participation trophy, be nice to everybody and the problems will sort themselves out? Because that's not working either. It's time to address what is causing the mental illness. It's one of those things where you suffer from a condition. You don't just want to treat the symptoms. You want to resolve the condition that's causing the symptoms, right? For some reason in this country, we're not doing that. And we're allowing this. We're allowing this to get worse and to fester and to bubble over and to boil over. To the point where now mentally ill people in the country are wreaking havoc on one another, killing one another, calling for the deaths of one another, burning down people's homes. And the guy who lit Josh Shapiro's house on fire, he didn't have a gun. Committed arson instead. Right? I mean, it's not just gun violence. It's violence in general. We're addicted to it somehow. We've become addicted to it. We've become driven to it. We've become bedfellows with violence. It's wrong. My wife and I have had our experiences with that over the last month, with the swatting that happened here. It's got to stop. And we'll talk about how the left has encouraged this and cozied up to violence in the next hour. Hour one in the books. We're here for the next three from 7 to 10 a.m. And then we hand it off to the great Kathy Barnett. Sean Farish filling in on Kayal and Company. Right here on 1210 WPHT. We're back with hour two right after this.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, let's talk premium. These are the top-of-the-line appliances that dream kitchens are made of. If you're planning an investment like this in your home, where you buy is as important as what you buy. At National Appliance Warehouse, we're committed to delivering the superior buying experience you deserve. Our showroom features beautifully displayed premium appliances of every major brand, including highly sought-after monogram appliances. Our team of gurus is well-versed at guiding you as you navigate the same appliances you'd find in the most magnificent homes and the kitchens of cooking enthusiasts. And the National Appliance Warehouse team has the expertise to properly deliver and install your stunning new appliances.
Don't miss the Family Savings Event at National Appliance Warehouse. Elevate everything and save on monogram appliances. Featuring sophisticated luxury and understated durability, you'll love expertly engineered and purposefully designed monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
Hey, it's Joe to Camera. April showers bring May flowers, but bald tires, well, that brings trouble on slick spring roads. Worn out tread means longer stops, less control, and way more risk. Don't chance it. Roll into United Tire and Service for a free tire inspection and serious deals on top brands, including an extra $50 off any Ford tires. United Tire and Service, locally owned and operated. Find the location nearest you at UnitedTire.com. That's UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
Hi, this is Joe Mederchik, PNC Bank Regional President. As a bank, we pride ourselves on being boring. But the truth is, we couldn't be more excited to serve the dynamic greater Philadelphia community. For nearly 160 years, we've quietly toiled away to deliver brilliant results for our equally brilliant clients. We have dedicated PNC teams throughout the local area, all ready to do the boring work to help you unlock your own brilliance. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios, powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Summer's coming fast, and if you don't plan, you're going to be stuck home while everyone is making memories at the beach. Book your Memorial Day weekend stay today at the beautiful oceanfront Grand Hotel in Cape May, my happy place. And I know you're going to love it. And it's never too early to book your June midweek stay and save. Stay 3 nights, get $60 a night in resort credit. 5 nights gets you $70, and 7 nights gets you $80 a night in resort credits that you can use at Hemingway's restaurant right on site, the outdoor pool bar, their beach concession stand, or in the gift shop where you can get passes for a whale-watching boat cruise. Always book direct with them for the best rates. The Grand Hotel at Cape May is also the perfect place to host a wedding, corporate event, baby and bridal shower. With 4 beautiful ballrooms, they have the perfect space to make lifetime memories. So call and ask to talk to my friend Caitlin, and she will help you plan your dream event. Call them today at 800-257-8550 or grandhotelcapemay.com.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-207-4545. That's 800-207-4545. Once again, that's 800-207-4545.
Scott Auto Group, which includes Scott Honda of Westchester and Vineland, along with Scott Kia of Springfield, and the all-new Scott Kia of Limerick, is focusing on one thing: you, the customer. Expect a seamless buying experience, transparent pricing, and no hidden fees or agendas. Plus, enrollment in the Scott Advantage Loyalty Program, where you benefit from savings on essential services, free PA safety inspections, and extra discounts on your next vehicle purchase. At Scott Auto Group, their focus on you provides a thoughtful and professional way to do business. Visit them at scottautogroup.com, where it's always smooth sailing.
Summer's almost here. Dawn Stensland here. Keeping your home cool and efficient is paramount. That's why I had my friends from Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning get us summer ready. Marvin E. Cans, a third-generation owned, military veteran-founded company. If you live in an older suburban home, consider a ductless unit from Mitsubishi Electric Heating and Air Conditioning. Mitsubishi Electric is a great solution for a home lacking that ductwork and could provide up to $2,000 in tax savings. Contact my guys, Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning, MarvinEKanze.com, MarvinEKans.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Spring is here. Don't let stiff or achy joints hold you back. Rescue Natural Supplements is proud to bring you Rescue Glyco Plus. This incredible supplement is specially formulated to support joint comfort and flexibility with a powerful blend of green lip muscle complex and UC2 collagens. This unique combination helps maintain healthy cartilage and provide smoother, more comfortable joint movement. Right now, Rescue Glyco Plus is buy one, get one free for anyone with our exclusive radio code. Just use the code RELIEF to double up your order for free. Again, that's RELIEF. Call today at 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable rescue product consultant. You can also use the code online when you visit res-q.com, res-q.com. Get back into action with less pain and more comfort. Again, use that code RELIEF to buy one, get one free on Rescue Glyco Plus.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Yo, Doylestown. We know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT.
All right, welcome back. Hour 2 underway here, 1210 WPHT. More great music on behalf of the great Phil Almquist. I don't care what anybody tells me. The 90s. I mean, it's the era that I was a little boy, right? And I grew up, knew these people very well, right? And we listened to them all the time. Such a great song. It's better than that. I'll tell you what. Good stuff. Real good stuff. Phil Almquist got great taste. Wonderful, except in football teams. So I'm with you, Phil. You know? All right, here we go. Hour 2, 1210 WPHT. It is Sean Farish filling in for you here. We just got done in hour 1 talking about the Florida State shooting and gun control. And we actually have another caller. Ed in Chester wants to weigh in. What's up, Ed?
Hey, how you doing? Good morning. I'm in Chester County, by the way.
Chester County. What's up, Ed? How you doing?
Hey, how you doing? Yeah, I was listening, and the guy who was talking about Japan just got under my skin a little bit. I was in the Marine Corps and spent 20 years in the Marine Corps, and part of my tour was in Japan with my family. Now, in Japan, I was in Iwakuni, which is right outside of Hiroshima, where we dropped the big one. My teenage son, he's a typical teenager, had his little misgivings. Not a real discipline problem. Well, yes, he was a discipline problem, but when he got to Japan, he got in for a shocker because he got sentenced to 6 months in a Hiroshima detention center eating fish heads and rice. But luckily, we were able to get him out of the country. But that country really conditions their youth even. Jaywalking's against the law. They got CCTV all over the place. I mean, they condition their young not to commit crimes. And then as far as mental health goes, it usually gets caught in the teenage to 20-year-olds. And they send them off to institutions and even islands to get them reconditioned. So the discipline, a lot different over there in Asia. And most of the other Asian countries share the same kind of culture. Singapore, Thailand, China, they all wrap you up if you do something wrong.
First of all, thank you for your service as in the Marine Corps. Appreciate that. And number 2 is thank you for your input. Because as I was explaining and kind of alluding to this whole time is that we have either a mental health crisis or just a lack of, you mentioned discipline. I don't necessarily want to walk around in a society where we're being surveilled and we're afraid, to jaywalk, right? That was the example that you used. I'm not saying that's what we want to do, but you're setting the tone, you're setting the expectation, you're setting the example that, if you so far as stray outside the lines of a crosswalk or cross where you're not supposed to, you're gonna receive, you're gonna have to face some sort of consequences. So you're far less likely to to commit these heinous crimes. The problem is how much freedom do we want to give up to prevent these bigger, crimes down the road? I think treating mental health, you mentioned it's easier to catch in these countries because of how they are. I think if we can maybe adopt some of those practices, from some of these other countries, we may be better off as a country ourselves. I don't know. I feel like as far as these gun crimes or really any crime, it comes down to something went wrong in your head to want to commit that crime. You know what I'm saying? Something went wrong upstairs. And that's what we have to address,
I think they just did it on the smaller level first. The teenagers, the rope them in, you can't jaywalk across the street or things like that. They actually put police right outside the schools during those periods to make sure everybody's disciplined. Then when you get to be an adult, no problem.
Right. You're basically trained. You're conditioned, as you said. You have that foundation of rules and conduct that becomes ingrained. Core beliefs, right, and a moral compass too. And I'm not saying that every that a surveillance state, closed circuit, all that, everyone watching every move is how I want to live, but just to ingrain those core beliefs and to ingrain those practices, good practices, healthy habits, wouldn't be a bad idea for us to do. And then, that starts in the home. And the problem, that we face here in the United States, breaking up the nuclear family. Both parents have to work. A lot of parents are now unfortunately relying on the schools to raise their kids. The government then obviously being tasked with parent. I mean, there are a lot of issues that are causing the rise of this mental illness that we're seeing in the United States. And, maybe we should take a look at some of these other countries, not necessarily adopt the surveillance state type of things they have going on over there, but the practices that they employ to make sure that their children grow up and have that level of discipline that kind of is ingrained in them. Thanks for the call. I do really appreciate it. And thank you for your service. I really appreciate it. Moving on to Leon County Sheriff's Department, the sheriff's office out there. They came out and addressed the fact that the shooter was the son of a sheriff's deputy. Let's go to cut 7A with the Leon County Sheriff's Office.
And we understand that you all have been devastated because of this person's actions. The question as it relates to who is the shooter is 20-year-old Phoenix Eichner. And he's a son of a Leon County Sheriff deputy. Our Deputy Eichner has been with the Leon County Sheriff's Office for over 18 years. She has a tremendous job that she's done. Her service to this community has been exceptional. Unfortunately, her son had access to one of her weapons, and that was one of the weapons that was found at the scene. And we are continuing that investigation into how that weapon was used and what other weapons perhaps he may have had access to.
You hear, obviously, a tough moment for that gentleman, Leon County, the Sheriff's Office having to essentially admit that not one of their own committed the attack. It wasn't one of their own, but it was the child of one of their own. And what does gun control solve this? Was that an illegal firearm? I mean, it wasn't supposed to be on school grounds. We understand that, but if this was the firearm of a Leon County deputy, who has had nothing but exceptional service, how does gun control stop this one? Did she leave her weapon unattended because she gave too much trust to her son? I guess you can say that. I guess you could say that. Yeah, Tallahassee Police Department Chief Lawrence Revel told reporters that the suspect, the shooter, invoked the Fifth Amendment. The weapon was one that the deputy had previously used, and said that officers are usually allowed to purchase their prior service weapons, and they believe that the shooter acted alone. How does gun control stop this? Is my question. The only way you can say that gun control stops this is if you infringe on the Second Amendment again, or even more. Right? If this was a legally purchased firearm from this, I mean, you want to talk about maybe making it not easy for your kids or folks who are not supposed to be carrying that type of firearm to have access to it in your home. That's fine. That's again personal responsibility. I mean, sheriff's deputies are going to have firearms, and they're allowed to legally purchase those firearms. It's a heartbreaking situation. It's a tragedy, no doubt. It should not be happening. And I believe something that we discussed with the previous callers about treating mental health in this country. I believe securing schools properly, adequately, with armed security. Again, if you know that there's armed security protecting a place, you're not, as I believe it was Sean in Philadelphia, why don't we see shootings at courthouses? Why don't we see shootings? We've seen a couple, on military bases. We don't see people coming from off base, lighting up. Why don't we see that? Because they're protected. Because the use of deadly force to protect those places is authorized in many cases. Not at schools. Not a strong enough deterrent. There's not a strong enough deterrent at your schools or where your children go to school. Period. There is not a strong enough deterrent. There is not a strong enough safeguard that can convince a criminal who is hell-bent on doing what happened at FSU or at Covenant or at that school in Georgia or Columbine or any of these other places that this has happened. Michigan State, there is not a strong enough deterrent to deter the criminal. There are in other places. It works in those other places. Why not the schools? We don't want our schools to feel like a prison. But do you want your kids to be safe? No one says that these armed guards have to walk around with AK-47s like they're guarding, Al Capone. Like it's a maximum security prison. Just knowing that there is armed security authorized to use deadly force to neutralize a threat, right? Just knowing that will tell many criminals, many people who want to do what these school shooters are doing, will tell them they don't really have a chance of succeeding. The only thing that'll happen is they're probably going to wind up dying. They may not even be able to take the life of one of the armed guards. Because remember, if you're using these armed guards that are trained, veterans, police officers, etc., they've got skills that these school shooters don't have. The answer is not gun control. The answer is treating the mental health epidemic in this country. And the answer is giving the schools the security that courthouses have, that politicians have. Secure these places. Take it seriously without taking away and infringing on our Second Amendment rights. All right, we'll be back to start. We're going to get into the Abrego Garcia drama because this whole Maryland man thing has really unraveled on the Democrats. Lots of information has come out about this guy, their new hero, Kilmar Abrego Garcia. So we'll be on with more with that in just a little bit. You're listening to 1210 WPHT. Sean Farish filling in for Kayal and Company up until 10 a.m. where we hand it off to the great Kathy Barnett. We're back after this.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, Plumbers protect the health of the nation, and Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org.
Virtua Health, real patients, real doctors, real complex cases. Take one.
Open heart surgery, tear in my aorta.
The most complex cases come to us at Virtua Health.
I'm sure I wouldn't have been here without you.
Being a 45-year-old, not being able to walk up one flight of stairs, I had no idea I was in heart failure.
Virtua is a premier heart failure center in South Jersey.
They changed my life. It's truly a blessing.
Want to follow our stories? Go to virtua.org. Virtua Health, here for good.
Don't keep putting it off. Ignoring home repairs won't make them go away. If it's drafty windows, overflowing gutters, rotted trim, or that dreaded leaking roof, PJ Fitzpatrick can take care of your home repair project right now and save you thousands of dollars before it turns into costly structural damage. This is the time to call the home repair experts at PJ Fitzpatrick. No job too big or too small. They'll fix it right the first time. Visit trustpj.com. That's trustpj.com.
Breaking news! Newsflash! Just announced! TurnersvilleJeep.com is celebrating massive savings all month long with their Employee Pricing for All event. Take advantage of true employee pricing this month only on a huge selection of Jeep Grand Cherokees, Jeep Wranglers, Ram 1500 trucks, Dodge Durangos, and more. Don't miss your opportunity to save thousands this month at TurnersvilleJeep.com. Just minutes from all bridges. Drive a little, save a lot at TurnersvilleJeep.com.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
See Joe Conklin this summer on the Ocean City Boardwalk with the City Rhythm Orchestra, Saturday, July 12th. It's Philly sports, put to music. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
President Trump is making New Jersey safer, securing the border and deporting dangerous criminals. And he's getting no help from Phil Murphy and Trenton Democrats. I'm Jack Chittarelli. That all changes when I'm governor. On day one, we'll end Murphy's sanctuary state and ban sanctuary cities. We'll work with ICE and take the handcuffs off our police to keep our communities safe. It's time Trenton Democrats realize we need to protect our communities. When I'm governor, we will.
Paid for by Chitterelli for Governor Inc., 99 Gray Rock Road, Suite 202, Clinton, New Jersey.
I'm Rhett. And I'm Link. And we're the hosts of the podcast Ear Biscuits. We're just two lifelong friends who've been talking about life for a long time.
From being dads to businessmen to all the random things we experience, nothing is off limits.
And now we're talking to you. We're answering your questions, giving advice that you may or may not want to take, and listening to your hilarious stories.
So leave us a voicemail to be part of the show at
1-888-EARPOD-1 on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcast.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, we give our students credit where credit is due. Credit for deciding in the middle of rush hour traffic to go back and get their bachelor's and a promotion. Credit for managing 3 kids, 2 dogs, and a full-time job to pursue an MBA. And credit for serving in the military by day so they can study cybersecurity at night. For over 75 years, we've been helping students receive the credit they deserve. With more than 135 degrees and certificates, students at UMGC can use prior learning or relevant experience to earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's, and graduate students can transfer up to 12 credits toward their master's. At UMGC, you'll find everything from online to hybrid courses and lifetime career services to scholarship opportunities, making your education journey flexible, fast, and affordable. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 14th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Free speech lives here. with Dom Giordano weekdays noon till 3 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Welcome back, hour 2 here on 1210 WPHT. Sean Farish filling in for Kayal and Company. 7:25 Eastern Time, 6:25 where I'm at in Tennessee, the great state of Tennessee. Central Time, the greatest time zone. It's a beautiful time zone. I created it myself. The Central Time Zone. It's a beautiful time zone. We love the hands. We love the hands on the clock. Big, beautiful hands. We love it. All right, we're coming to you here until about 10 a.m. My gosh, get it out. Come on. Where's Jackie? Sure, that's over the pressure. Been a long couple weeks, I will tell you that. Until 10 o'clock, where we have Kathy Barnett filling in for the great Dawn Stensland. The great Kathy Barnett filling in for another great Dawn Stensland. So that's great. Everything's great. We love it. It's fantastic. It's a great day. And we're touching on violence. We were touching on the school shooting in Florida State University, the sheriff's deputy's son, talking about gun control. How do we stop it from happening in the future? And I am totally sold on protecting our schools with armed security. It's a stronger deterrent than we have now. Places with armed security don't usually experience this type of violence because there's armed security. It's a strong enough deterrent. It's you can go around, we can chase our tails over and over and over again. And this seems to be a topic that a lot of people really do care about and want to chime in. I can't ever remember having this many callers this early in the show. It's I don't want to say polarizing, but a very engaging topic. You can jump in at 855-839-1210. We have another caller on the line, Leslie from South Philly. What's up, Leslie?
Yeah, Sean, am I on the air?
Yes, you are, Leslie. How are you?
I'm great. I looked at that problem as an academic writer in different capacities, as a legal writer when I worked at the Penn Law School, and a medical writer when I worked at the medical school. And so let me just encapsulate a few things that I noticed, because I wrote 2 articles with the then president of the American Psychiatric Association, Paul Fink, one in a law journal. And that one was with a First Amendment lawyer and Paul Fink, who had opposite viewpoints on the gratuitous violence and sex on TV that wasn't there a decade before. And I initiated these articles because I hadn't watched TV for a decade, and then I saw all this. Anyway, so I'm coming to the point of what they agreed on, because they totally disagreed on censorship, is that when parents watch with the kids and give it a context, the gratuitous sex and violence on TV, then they make sense of it, and it reduces greatly the negative effect. Now, moving on to this other thing that I noticed I had to think up a legal medical thing for a senior seminar that I was allowed to audit as a library worker on the weekends. So they let me audit, 12 top, Ivy League students, including what was his name? Alan Aminsky, who was also a psychiatrist, who was also a law student, becoming well, anyway. So they wouldn't have let me go through the whole course. I got the top grade they could give. Lead poisoning as a defense. Now, my point in that was that the poor black urban male young had the most lead poisoning, and they were the most represented in the delinquent epidemiology. You know what I mean? But after the age of 6, it's reversible with chelation, and they should chelate everyone who's incarcerated, okay? Because it changes behavior to frequently illegal behavior. Okay, and so the third thing of 3, the third of 3 things, I was hired to write about teen pregnancy in the black urban community at the medical school, again in psychiatry and OBGYN. And so for 2 years, I was asked to analyze data, chart and analyze data, okay, on a project long underway. And so the point with the blacks, they like black scholars. William Julius Wilson, the truly disadvantaged black. So he said that, well, what happens? See, when you had also delinquency from the sociogenic theory of the professional models for other people, and that.
Let me just ask you a question, because I think we're getting into some pretty deep stuff here. I'm not sure that. What is the solution here to this problem, though? That you've done a lot of research.
Okay.
I see that you mentioned that sex on TV, violence on TV, watching that with the parents. What would you recommend then?
Okay, it's a perfect storm.
The solution.
Okay, bad. Okay, it's a perfect storm. Okay. Now the other thing is all the garbage and food. If you knew during COVID, a friend of mine was bringing like these meals they had extra at the local schools, and I mean he just brings me stuff as a friend, even though I'm perfectly able to go out myself.
Right. But my question is, how do you fix this? How do we fix this problem, though?
So we need RFK getting people at the schools to have vertical gardens and outside gardens, making all their own food. Okay, and then you have to give context to all the gratuitous sex and violence and the fact that they all have ADHD from all these media feeds, which they all have like ADHD. They're all on these drugs. They're all on these drugs.
Well, that's a big problem. That's a big problem. You mentioned that they all have ADHD, and I don't know if they all actually have it. And this is the issue, right? But you mentioned, and I think this is the point of the whole thing, Leslie, is that they are being put on these drugs, right? Because their parents are being told, your child's got autism, your child's got ADHD, your child's got ADD, your child's got this, your child's got that, drug.
And they all have suicide ideation. All the SSRIs, I also had to write about that. Selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors, all these sorts of things have suicide ideation as a side effect. And suicide is self-murder. And then they just want to take out some people with
somebody
them.
else. Exactly.
Exactly.
And,
so
that is part of the mental health crisis that I believe that. Yes. Clean up the diet, and not just what you eat. But, we talk about a diet, and Leslie, thank you for the call. I appreciate that. Not just what you eat. When you think of a diet, you consume food, but you also consume content, which is kind of what she was talking about at the beginning, talking about what's on television.
Right. I think what she was trying to say, or she was trying to get at, is like food and TV. And she is right in a way where you look at TV, say, and you grew up in the 90s, Sean, and I grew up in the 70s, and you see the radical changes in TV in the late 80s and early 90s, where there was a lot more freedom and a lot more ways to squeeze in a lot of innuendo. And I think the first show that really had done that was NYPD Blue, where they were just taking all the risks. And now you see these other shows coming along on Netflix or streaming or wherever. And she is right. TV has changed.
It definitely has changed.
Food has changed. And kids sitting there just, munching on all this stuff and playing video games. It has changed. I think I know where she was trying to get at there.
Oh, I definitely know where she's getting at. And I know what she was. I mean, she wasn't wrong. Look, when you look at what kids consume, whether it's food, whether it's drugs, whether it's content, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, just look at TikTok, look at Instagram.
Right.
If anybody, by the way, you don't even have to be a kid. You can get on your phone and do what they call the death scroll. And you could literally get stuck. I've done this, and I'm not proud of it, but you can get stuck scrolling through it. Most of the times when I'm looking at stuff, it's either politics or I find videos of animals doing something funny. But I mean, if you're in the wrong algorithm, you could find stuff on there that's just awful.
Oh, absolutely.
Degeneracy in this society now is being promoted, right? You have these musical acts. You have some of these folks, these stupid Instagram, TikTok challenges, some of the sounds, the lyrics in some of the songs. And I'm not saying we have to police speech, but I think what Leslie was saying was when a parent is consuming the content with the child and can properly contextualize it and say, look, the point of this content is that what you're seeing isn't okay, or if it's on a television show and there's a violent crime, that the criminal isn't being glorified, that there's a lesson to be learned at the end of that end of that episode, at the end of that piece of content. That's the point here. And it's unfortunate people sitting down watching this and seeing a killer or somebody, the Joker from Batman, people want to glorify. That's not the type of person you want your kid to be.
No.
Right. I mean, it gets down to, I've been very critical of Andrew Tate, for example, right? Because people say that, he's a positive role model for young men. No, he's not, right? I mean, you can look at this, you can listen to him for 30 seconds and say, all right, cool. He wants men to be strong again and not be kind of wussified. Fine.
Yeah.
But when you watch him for more than 30 seconds, you see that he's beating up women, that he has this nasty PhD thing he does online. It's not the PhD that you get at an Ivy League school. It's a totally different terminology. That's the problem here. Degeneracy is being promoted. You have doctors who are just throwing drugs at kids, giving them, if they find something they think is a condition, right? We're to the point where RFK says 1 in 31 have autism. But the spectrum has become so broad that every single social tick, right? If somebody just doesn't like being in public, we used to call that introverted. Now we call it autistic, right? So why? Because there's no drug for introverted people, but there are drugs for autistic people. There are drugs for kids who are hyperactive just because they're kids, right? You don't have to drug a kid up for that. No. It's unbelievable what we're doing to children. And now we wonder why people are getting sick shooting up schools.
When I was a kid, I used to bounce off the walls constantly when I was a
Me
kid.
too.
That's just the way it was. And, getting back to what you said about in movies and all that, when you're younger, like my parents would explain to me, you do realize this is a movie, this is TV, this is special effects, this is not the way that the real world acts. I remember when my father took me to see Scarface as a kid. I'm 13 years old, and people who have seen Scarface, they know the whole thing. But my dad would just say, you do realize that this is an actor. This is Al Pacino. You've seen him in The Godfather. This is not the real world. It's a fun movie to watch, but some people just get so wrapped up into it and they take it too far. And one of the things that you bring up, and I deal with this a lot when I DJ a school dance, somebody will come up from the school board and say, well, you do realize the music that you're playing is very suggestive. And it's just, yes, and I'm playing edited copies. I'm playing copies that are for radio editing.
Radio safe.
Radio safe. But I guarantee you, if you pick up any of these kids' phones and go through their playlist, they're not playing the edited version. I can guarantee you that. And it is sad, and you hate to sound like you're some old man, back in my day, when we used to do it that way, it was different. But now these kids today, I don't understand it. You just hate to sound that way.
I'm 34 and I'm sitting here saying that, but it's the truth.
Yeah, I'm 55 and I'm saying it.
I listened to a lot of System of a Down growing up, and I didn't realize what a lot of it was about. But there's a song, they had a song on one of their albums called Violent Pornography. And it was literally what Leslie was describing. Yeah. That there is sex and degeneracy on your television and it's brainwashing people.
Absolutely.
We have promoted. Look, there's one thing to kind of, there were musical groups I'd listen to that would teach a lesson in their music. Say, don't do this or you'll wind up, they've gone woke, unfortunately, but The Offspring had a song, The Kids Aren't All Right, about a neighborhood that just got destroyed, right? It was one of their biggest songs off of Americana. But and they had several songs Come Out and Play was about gang violence, right? They had several things where it's like, these are problems in society, we have to call them out. What these groups and what these artists, what these culture icons, figures used to point out as problems are now being glorified. Right? You're hearing, rap, country music. They talk about drinking too much. I mean, I'm not saying we have to police speech and everything's got to be about rainbows and butterflies.
No.
You're allowed to have fun, but the point is, again, this comes all the way back to the home. Are there parents, because my parents would say to me, hey, that song you're listening to, it's not, don't do the things they're saying. I get it. It's just a song. But there are parents who will just let their sons and daughters consume this content thinking, oh, it's just a reel on social media. I don't have anything to worry about. No, you have to explain that and say, look, what this person's doing is not okay. Don't do that. Take this as a lesson of this is what you'll become if you do that.
Yeah, it's a scary world out there, a very scary world.
Is.
And social media,
and the mental health crisis is real. Social media has become look, there are great there are great uses for it.
Sure.
You can find out how to make a beautiful meal on TikTok or YouTube or Instagram, but you could also find some really nasty stuff.
Absolutely.
Is censorship the answer? I'm not going to say it's the answer. I'm going to say parenting and responsibility is the answer. Get with your children and just for an hour, sit with them while they death scroll and say, whoa, how did that wind up on there? What are you looking up?
What are you looking at? What are you reading?
Because you don't just find some of these nasty videos on accident. They get served to you by these algorithms, right? You have to go down that rabbit hole first in order for that to get served to you. And that highlights another problem. So look, the mental health crisis in society is a crisis. Social media can exacerbate that crisis. Bad parenting will allow that crisis to fester. And it turns into what we're dealing with in this country today. So many different factors, so many different things to fix. Nobody wants to fix it because nobody wants to offend anybody. And so we wind up where we are right now. It's really unfortunate. All right, we're going to come back and wrap up hour 2 in just a little bit. We will get to Abrego Garcia, I promise, because there's a lot to say about him. And the left's really cozying up to violence and not the best people. We'll get to that in just a minute. You're listening to 1210 WPHT, Kayal and Company. Sean Farish filling in until 10 a.m., where we hand it off to the great Kathy Barnett. We're back after this.
Make magic happen with Kitchen Magic. Dawn Stensland here. Family-owned Kitchen Magic has been making dream kitchens come to life for more than 45 years and 60,000 homeowners. Kitchen Magic's experts are going to guide you every step of the way, from free in-home design consultation to top installation. Whether refacing, new cabinetry, or a complete makeover, your kitchen transformation is covered with high-quality American-made products. Your new kitchen will be as functional and enduring as it is beautiful. Right now, enjoy an amazing 40% off installation. KitchenMagic.com. 40% off the cost of installation. KitchenMagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Kayal and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10.
We have our next Politics in Pints officially scheduled, and it's the Donald Trump's first 100 days in office theme of Politics in Pints. And it's coming up on Tuesday, May 6th at 7:30 p.m. You don't want to miss it. Tickets available, 1210WPHT.com.
Remember Politics in Pints. We'll be heavy on the pints, if you know what I mean. Thank you to the Colonial Theater.
Start your day with Kayal and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Noble Gold Investments alert. Gold has surged 46% in less than a year, doubling the gains of the NASDAQ and S&P 500. But this isn't just another rally. Investors are losing confidence in paper gold and demanding physical metal, creating a massive gap between gold owed and gold available. But this isn't about how institutions broke another system. It's about how you can profit from it. Right now, Noble Gold Investments has a limited supply of investment-grade gold bars and coins available. As banks scramble to fulfill their obligations, pushing gold prices higher, you can profit. Smart investors are already moving into physical gold. Noble Gold Investments makes it easy for you to do the same. And right now, when you make a qualified investment, Noble Gold will add a free 10th-ounce gold coin to your order. Don't wait until it's too late. Visit NobleGoldInvestments.com now and turn their panic into your profit. NobleGoldInvestments.com. Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $40 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $18 a month, a savings of nearly $300 a year.
Whether you need a $100,000 policy or a $10 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. In a hurry? Don't worry. With SelectQuote, you can get up to $2 million in instant, affordable, same-day coverage with no medical exam.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-637-9116. That's 1-800-637-9116. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-637-9116. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
Dawn Stensland here. The extensive selection at Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, and Atlantic City combines luxury with performance across the full full lines of sedans, SUVs, coupes, roadsters, and more. From the powerful engine of the 2025 C-Class sedan to the impressive towing capacity of the 2025 GLE SUV, you're going to find a luxury vehicle that meets your needs. Just shop Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, Atlantic City, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
You know you have pride in your team when you offer a guarantee for the life of your roof. That's right. For decades and thousands of roof installations, the award-winning team at GP Martini lives for roofing. That's why homeowners trust GP Martini to protect their largest investment. Whether you're considering an asphalt, shingle roof, metal roof, or even a solar roof, you can trust GP Martini Roofing. Visit martiniroofing.com. There's probably a satisfied GP Martini customer in your neighborhood. martiniroofing.com.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
All right, welcome back. We're wrapping up hour 2 here on Kayal and Company, 1210 WPHT. Sean Farish filling in until 10 a.m., where we hand it off to the great Kathy Barnett, who's filling in for Dawn Stensland on this Good Friday. What a conversation we have had over the first couple hours on this school shooting situation. Lots of opinions, a lot of people chiming in, and I love that. I love having these conversations. I think it's great. I mentioned I listened to The Offspring a lot growing up. They still are one of my favorite bands, despite the fact that their politics are just out of whack. But that song, The Kids Aren't All Right, from Americana, basically describing a neighborhood and a generation of kids and of people who lost their way and essentially threw their lives away. Jamie had a chance. Well, she really did. Said she dropped out and had a couple of kids. And that's the best situation out of all the people that, Dexter Holland names in the song. Mark still lives at home because he's got no job, just plays guitar and smokes a lot of pot. Now think about it. You listen to that song and you hear, a guy who has no job is still living home and is smoking weed all day. And you say, you don't want that to be me. Contrast that with music today, where living at home, having no job. Oh, I don't have to go to work. I play guitar. I smoke pot all day. That's glorified now. Right? Look, and I'm libertarian when it comes to the marijuana situation. Like I'm one of these people. You're old enough. You want to go home. You want to stay home. You want to use that. You want to play guitar. As long as you're productive in society, you're not hurting anybody else. I don't really care. But this is basically about, look, you chose to throw your life away. Jay committed suicide. Brandon OD'd and died. What the hell is going on? It's what he says in a song. Apply that to today. What the hell is going on? And it really is a shame because, unfortunately, The Offspring, this group, aside from Jimmy Paredes, I believe, is their former drummer who refused to get vaccinated. These are all smart guys. They were. And they, unfortunately, now are on the side of those who are contributing to what the hell is going on. The Greeks wrote tragic plays about this. All right, we got a couple more calls because this has been a fascinating conversation. It's been a polarizing and engaging topic. I wouldn't say polarizing. Everyone seems to be pretty much in line, but very strong opinions about it. School shooting, keeping the kids safe. Let's go to Ed in Delran. What's up, Ed?
Hey, good morning. Listen, Sean Ferris, I want to say you'll never kick anybody in the keister, so I say to you and everyone listening, happy Easter.
Thank you, Ed. Appreciate it.
You're welcome. Hey, I'll tell you what, one guy couldn't even play a checker game. That was Joe Bite Me. And Donald Trump, he can play the masterful chess game all day long. He's doing a great job.
That's right. I think he walked the left into a trap with this Abrigo Garcia, where they came out. They called him a Maryland man, Maryland father, great guy. And then the Department of Justice dropped all that information out that said, you may want to rethink that. And it really looks like the left stepped in some doo-doo here.
It's beautiful, isn't it?
It is. It definitely is. Unfortunately, that's what has to happen to prove a point. But thanks for the call, Ed, and you have a happy Easter and a safe Easter as well. Okay. Thank you, Ed from Delran. We always appreciate it. He's always involved. We love him. I always hear from Ed on the station. He's great. We have Chris also in Blairtown. What's up, Chris? Hello, Chris. How are you?
I'm doing good. How are you doing, sir?
I'm doing well. What's on your mind?
You mentioned earlier about the school shootings and the armed guards in school. I definitely support that. But one thing you did touch on is that the justice system. Nobody is afraid of the justice system.
Bingo.
To me, if you are convicted of murder one without any doubt whatsoever, you should be taken from the courtroom to the block wall and done. No death row, no appeals, done.
You know what? You have a strong case. I will counter. I will say maybe leave room for appeals just because it's due process. Okay, but I will say this. You are highlighting a very important point that people don't fear consequences anymore, right?
And
I mean, there are people in prison who are treated better than folks who are not in prison, right? I mean, I'm not saying we have to be inhumane, right? But it shouldn't feel like summer camp, you know?
I agree. And one other thing that I lost my train of thought. Damn it.
Well, anyway, we were. Go ahead.
It's been a pleasure talking to you. I enjoy your show. Please substitute for Kayal and Company in the future.
Thank you, Chris. We greatly appreciate it. Thanks for the call. Chris brings up a really good point, and this is part of what I mean when I say laws don't matter unless they're enforced. And the enforcement of the law has to be meaningful, right? Look at what happened in New York and in a lot of blue cities across the country, but really New York with cashless bail. I mean, they're enforcing their laws, but the enforcement doesn't mean anything, right? Think of it this way. I mean, this is a little different than, committing murder, right? But speeding, okay? I make this example all the time because you can't relate to the general public and go, well, I killed this guy and no, but we all speed, okay? Guilty, 100%. I do it. I've gotten tickets for it. I still do it. I'm going to get pulled over again in the future, I'm sure, and have to pay the fine, okay? And then calm down because I don't want to keep having points put on my license. That's what I'm talking about, the consequences. But if there were no points, there was no, exacerbate or no bigger punishment for having a moving violation on your license and your insurance rates don't go up. And, if the fine wasn't so much money, or if there was really this, hey, you get pulled over by a cop and they say, don't do it again, but there's no consequences. People aren't going to be afraid to get pulled over, right? Why don't I want to be pulled over? I don't want to have to pay hundreds of dollars because I was speeding. I don't want to have to pay more money on my car insurance. I don't want to have to stop and not get to where I'm going in time, which is the least of the problems at that point. Right? But if there were no real consequences for moving violations, speeding, etc., Everyone would do it, and nobody would care if they got pulled over. They'd be like, all right, I got pulled over. It's 15 minutes, and then on we go. You don't have to worry about it. You get caught doing it too many times, you could lose your license. That is a severe consequence. You get caught going too many miles per hour over the limit, and it becomes a criminal violation. Right? Another example. 3 days ago was tax day. My least favorite day of the year. Right? If it was optional, and by optional I mean like there were no consequences for not paying taxes, I wouldn't pay them. But they could repossess things. they could garnish your paychecks. They could throw you in prison. But if those weren't associated repercussions for not paying your taxes, I'll be the first one to tell you, I wouldn't pay my taxes. I just wouldn't. I certainly wouldn't do it because I'd get a warm and fuzzy feeling that some kid in Iraq gets to watch Sesame Street. I wouldn't pay him. But the consequences act as a deterrent. And what Chris brought up, saying not enough people or nobody in this fears the justice system, he's not wrong. The system has become soft. The consequences, if they're levied, aren't severe enough. And in many cases, the consequences for these crimes, like in New York, cashless bail, you can assault somebody on the street. You could be booked by the cops and then let right back out. And if you don't show up for court, then you don't show up for court. And the whole cycle starts over and over and over again. And that's the problem. At the end of the day, deterrent, right? What do they say? Sometimes they say defense is your best offense, right? And in the other case, offense is your best defense, right? So if you're aggressive, it's the best way to stop things from happening. You score a lot of runs. It's better than having a shutdown defense because no one's going to be able to outscore you. But at the same point, your defense in society is the deterrent. The deterrent defends you against people committing crimes. If the folks who are getting ready to commit a crime understand that if they're caught, the consequences are something that they don't want to risk having to get themselves into, that normally deters people from committing that crime. But if the system is levying consequences on these perpetrators, on these criminals that aren't severe, they're not afraid to get caught committing those crimes. In the case of school shootings, are we punishing these people enough? And is there a strong enough way right now on these campuses? Are there strong enough protections in place to deter people from committing these acts? The answer is no, because they keep happening. And the way to stop them from happening is not to take guns away, because criminals don't care about gun laws because they're criminals. You need a strong deterrent. You need severe consequences. You need examples made of these people. And you need it to look like it's something that's not going to be easy to do. Right now, it is, unfortunately, they're easy targets. As Chris in the YouTube chat said before, Chris Eppolito said in the YouTube chat, you have a gun-free zone sign. All that tells a criminal is the path of least resistance is right here. It's that unfortunate. And that's got to stop. We need stronger deterrents. We need stronger protections in these schools. We need to keep the kids safe, not just from gun violence too, but from the mental health epidemic that is destroying society, from very, very malicious content on their social media apps. Parenting has got to come back and play a role again. The culture needs to kind of get itself back in check. Stop glorifying degeneracy. Go back to the days where not having a job, living at home, playing guitar and smoking weed all day is not the life you want to live. I don't care if you do that. if you're a productive member of society. You could be a Wall Street executive. You could be making hand over fist money like you wouldn't believe. But if you're a degenerate, if you're throwing your life away because you heard somebody on some song or on some TV show say, this is the life you want. You could just do nothing all day. You could live on food stamps. You could play a guitar. You could smoke weed, and you could, eat McDonald's. Oh, that's not the life you want. We got to get back to teaching people that's not the life they want. All right, we'll get into hour 3. I remember I said this in hour 2. We're kicking the can down the road, but that's okay. Abrigo Garcia, Maryland man. We're going to do this in hour 3. We're going to do it. I promise. We're getting to Abrigo Garcia. We'll talk about what the left stepped in with this one because it's embarrassing. We got all the receipts. We're back after this on 1210 WPHT. Sean Farish filling in for Kayal and company up until 10 o'clock where we hand it off to the great Kathy Barnett. We'll be right back as we start hour 3 after this.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. It's springtime. Time to think about your lawn. What about your lawn care service? Years ago, I chose a lawn care service which delivers great results and is actually safer for my family, kids, and pets. Choose my lawn care company, Natural Lawn of America. At Natural Lawn, they do not believe in using harsh chemicals. Instead, they use environmentally friendly products to grow lush, green lawns naturally. With organic fertilizers to the safer weed and insect controls, your lawn thrives season after season without compromising any safety. But you don't have to just take my word for it. Homeowners everywhere are making the switch to Natural Lawn's proven eco-friendly approach and loving the results. Now's the time. Just schedule Natural Lawn's full-service program. Get free seeding every year for a greener, healthier lawn, plus free seeding. 800-FREE-SEED. Call 800-FREE-SEED. Tell them Dawn sent you.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hi, it's Dom Giordano. It's said you just don't visit Sicily. You fall head over heels in love with this ancient crossroads of civilization. The Greeks, the Romans, the Arabs, the Normans, the Spaniards, the Germans, they all left their cultural mark. I'd like you to join me for the sun, the sea, and the unparalleled beauty of Mediterranean Europe in Sicily and Calabria this fall. I'm heading to Europe again. I'm going with the best tour operator in Italy, Conservative Tours, 5544, including airfare. The dining events we enjoy in Italy are the stuff of legend. Bustling Palermo, the Quattro Conte, stunning Monreale, the Palace of the Normans. Call 888-733-9494 or go to conservativetours.com. We'll even enjoy the Godfather tour and visit the locales from the movie. The crown jewel of Sicily has to be Taormina. I'll see you on the Esplanade, Mount Etna, the Valley of the Temples. This is Sicily, ancient, charming, picturesque, and always a country within a country. I'll see you in Savoca.
Hey, it's Nick Kayal. The PGA Championship at Aronimink Golf Club is coming in May 2026. Be a part of history as the iconic Wanamaker Trophy is awarded in the city of brotherly love. Witness every thrilling moment as the world's best golfers compete to have their names amongst golf's elite champions. Register now at pgachampionship.com/register and secure your chance to purchase tickets today.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-207-4545. That's 800-207-4545. Once again, that's 800-207-4545.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Spring is here. Don't let stiff or achy joints hold you back. Rescue Natural Supplements is proud to bring you Rescue Glyco Plus. This incredible supplement is specially formulated to support joint comfort and flexibility with a powerful blend of green lip muscle complex and UC2 collagens. This unique combination helps maintain healthy cartilage and provides smoother, more comfortable joint movement. Right now, Rescue Glyco Plus is buy one, get one free for anyone with our exclusive radio code. Just use the code RELIEF to double up your order for free. Again, that's RELIEF. Call today at 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable rescue product consultant. You can also use the code online when you visit res-q.com, res-q.com. Get back into action with less pain and more comfort. Again, use that code RELIEF to buy one, get one free on Rescue Glyco Plus.
Dom Giordano at noon. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
All right, hour 3 underway here on 1210 WPHT. Sean Farish filling in for Kayal and Company on this Good Friday. It is 8:05 in the Eastern time zone, 7:05 here in the greatest time zone in Tennessee. It's a beautiful time zone. It's a beautiful time zone. We are ready to rock and roll. Getting into hour 3, we're going to get into the left's obsession. You know, we talked about it for the first couple hours and got into how degeneracy has been glorified in society and how the left specifically here has really picked some not so good heroes. And you think about, you know, the left and how much influence they have over Hollywood, over the content that's on television, music, movies, social media, and the degeneracy that they have promoted and how that has impacted the folks who are consuming that content. You know, Leslie, who our caller from South Philly, mentioned the food, but she also mentioned the content on TV. And she brought up diet, which when you hear diet, you're thinking what you're eating. I'm thinking, you know, also full circle here. The diet is what you consume in general. It's not just about having a healthy diet of food and fruits and vegetables, etc., but a healthy diet of content. What are children listening to? What are they watching? What are they finding on TikTok? What Instagram algorithms are they into? What YouTube videos are they looking up? You know, is that a healthy diet of content as well? You know, we talk about what's in your food. What type of chemicals are in the water? But what type of chemicals, what type of manipulators, what type of mental influences are in the content that you consume as well? And I'm not trying to sound like, as Jim said a couple segments ago, like this old man going, you know, back in my day, this kids these days. Like, no. But it's about what's available to kids these days, not just in their food, but in their content. And who controls that? Who pushes that? Are kids consuming, you know, wholesome, righteous, morally upstanding content? I'm not saying that everything they have to do is watch, you know, videos from Boy Scouts, right? You're allowed to have fun as long as you understand that it's a movie, you know, a movie. I love Pirates of the Caribbean. You don't see me running around stealing people's boats all day. I think it's a funny movie. I think Johnny Depp played Captain Jack Sparrow in amazing fashion. I don't like Depp's politics either. I think it's a fun movie, entertaining movie to watch. You don't see me stealing people's boats and you know, doing things pirates do because it's a movie. Unfortunately, there are kids and people who will watch these movies who think the Joker is a role model, right? Or that the degeneracy that is brought up on television or in music or in some of this content is desirable. And it's just not. People are being sold a bill of goods that lifestyle is a good way to live, and then they find out it isn't, and they take it out on people. They wind up doing things like what these school shooters are doing, and it's not just school shooters. It's just we've devolved. I can't help but go back to what I talked about last segment. You know, The Offspring, The Kids Aren't All Right, where that song essentially shows you what to avoid. Now you listen to music and it's promoted. It's promoted. So that highlights a big problem that we're having in society. We got to get that under control. Well, part of the problem is that the left loves to cozy up to these people they think are heroes, that they try to make your heroes like this Kilmar Abrego Garcia, where they're branding him a Maryland man. Well, sure, he's a man and he lived in Maryland, but he wasn't there legally. 2 courts and a gang unit, the Prince George's County gang unit, verified that he was a member of MS-13, a brutal El Salvadoran gang. Why don't we go to this? Why don't we go to Cut 19? We'll play this clip from the Maryland sheriff talking about this Abrego Garcia and his ties to MS-13. Let's go to Cut 19.
Did that case, right? You've looked at the evidence. Are you convinced, as the White House says, he's an MS-13 member?
Oh, 1,000%. Yes, indeed. 1,000%.
1,000.
No doubt. Not only that, he's no doubt, and he's a domestic violence abuser. I mean, in our community, we would screen him working with ICE, and hopefully they would decide to take removal proceedings for just that reason. And he's been through removal proceedings before, and they asked for him to be removed, and yet he was still here. So kudos on the Trump administration for removing a criminal. Horrible on Senator Van Hollen for wanting to bring him back.
Okay.
There's a sheriff out of Maryland there. And let's go to some police reports. I mean, we can go to the documents. There's receipts that exist. Bond proceedings, 2019. The court said the following: the respondent is a native and citizen of El Salvador. March 29, 2019, the Department of Homeland Security served the respondent, that would be Kilmar Armando Abrego Garcia, with a notice to appear, which was sets forth the following factual allegations. The respondent is not a citizen or national of the United States. He is a native and citizen of El Salvador. He arrived in the United States at an unknown place on an unknown date, and he was not then admitted or paroled after an inspection by an immigration officer. Accordingly, the respondent was charged with removability as an alien present in the United States without being admitted or paroled, or who arrived in the United States at any time or place other than as designated by the Attorney General. That ruling, that filing, that bond proceeding from 2019 goes on to say the following: after considering the information provided by both parties, the court concluded that no bond was appropriate in this matter. In other words, Kilmar Abrego Garcia was denied bond. Why? It says why. The court first reasoned that the respondent failed to meet his burden of demonstrating that his release from custody would not pose a danger to others. As the evidence, I was told by Brian and Ed Krasenstein, I was told by Senator Van Hollen, I was told by Caitlin Collins, but there was no evidence. Interesting, because a court in 2019 says, quote, the evidence shows that he is a verified member of MS-13. Verified member of MS-13. The BIA has held that, absent any indication that the information therein is incorrect or was the result of coercion or duress, Form I-213 is inherently trustworthy and admissible. Folks, it goes on. More from that court, court filing. It says a gang member appears to be the information or the determination of the respondent is a gang member appears to be trustworthy and is supported by other evidence in the record, namely information contained in the gang field interview sheet. there's evidence. It says the respondent has a history of failing to appear for proceedings pertaining to traffic violations. He asserted that he did not receive notice of these proceedings, but in his written statement, he admitted that he remembers receiving citations and chose not to follow up on. This guy is a liar, folks. The document from the Prince George's Police Department, Prince George's County Police Gang Unit, has a section in here, gang validation. Per the Prince George's County Police Gang Unit, Abrigo Garcia was validated as a member of the Mars Salvatrucha, that's MS-13 gang. Subject was identified as a member of the, Mara Salvatrucha MS-13 Chiqueo from the Western Clique, a transnational criminal street gang. It's from the gang unit at Prince George's County. That document, that's that I-13 document that the court was talking about, goes on. All right, subject has no criminal history, but has been identified as an active member of MS-13. On March 28th, 2019, the Prince George's County Police Gang Unit made contact with 2 suspected illegal aliens whom they had validated as active members of MS-13. The subjects freely admitted being citizen, folks. The subjects freely admitted, this is Abrigo Garcia and others, freely admitted being citizens and nationals of El Salvador by birth and that they were present in the United States illegally. Goodbye. Goodbye. That's it. Done. It's over. If you're here illegally, you must leave. Abrigo Garcia is a citizen and national of El Salvador. This is from, again, the I-213 form from the Department of Homeland Security and the Prince George's County Police Gang Unit. Quote, Abrigo Garcia is a citizen and national of El Salvador. Abrigo Garcia claimed to have walked across the desert for many days, entering illegally into the United States near McAllen, Texas, on or about March 25th, 2012. What more needs to be said? Right away, you're here illegally, you have to leave. Now you're a member of MS-13, you really have to leave. And this administration designated MS-13 a foreign terrorist organization. I don't care if the left doesn't like that. By the way, this is the same group of people who designated grandma praying in the Capitol a terrorist, who designated moms and dads going to school board meetings terrorists. But now they're upset that MS-13 gang members have been declared terrorists. Look at the company that these people are keeping. Look at the company that these people are keeping. Look at the list of names that the left has glorified. George Floyd, Luigi Mangione, Carmelo Anthony, not the basketball player, the murderer, Gilmar Abrigo Garcia, an MS-13 gang member. Look at the people they've ignored. Laken Riley, Rachel Morin, Jocelyn Nungaret. Is it any surprise that, like we were talking about, the content, the culture has been deeply, deeply infiltrated and destroyed and has deteriorated because of the influence of the radical left, who are taking these zeros and turning them into heroes, who are taking they're taking a guy who, as I went through just 3 examples of evidence all over the place, an illegal alien that was a member of a terrorist designated gang, MS-13. And by the way, again, I grew up on Long Island. They were very present there. That is a terrorist organization. And Tren de Aragua makes MS-13 look like Girl Scouts. That's a terrorist organization as well. Look at the people they have branded as your friends. Look at Senator Van Hollen flying to another country on your dime to bring back a guy who has been accused of beating his wife with a closed fist twice, suspected of human trafficking, verified as a member of a brutal foreign gang in this country illegally. He went to another country to bring that guy back simply because the Trump administration got rid of him. TDS is a hell of a drug. We'll be back with more on Abrigo Garcia, this order of protection that his wife took out against him, and unbelievable news from the Tennessee Star. Our friends Michael Patrick Leahy and Tom Pappert of the Tennessee Star right here in Middle Tennessee. Biden's FBI ordered this guy to be released in 2022. We'll have that and more about Abrigo Garcia and the degeneracy that has been promoted and propped up by the left after this.
This hour of Kayal & Company is brought to you by D&K Appliances, family owned and operated. Offers industry-leading brands like Bosch, GE, Profile, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, Sub-Zero, and more. They're there for local experts, guiding you through sales, delivery, installation, and service. Visit D&K Appliances in Newtown Square and Flowertown or dnkappliances.com.
1210 WPHT Talk Radio. Sterling on Sunday, 10 p.m. We celebrate the end of a long weekend when you had to wear uncomfortable shoes, and brings you to the joy of Monday at work. At work, you do not have to take out the trash, pick up your socks, or eat your mother-in-law's horrible ham. Horrible ham. Sterling on Sunday, this Sunday night, 10 p.m. 1210 WPHT.
Have you tried hands-free Skechers slip-ins yet? Because if you haven't, you're missing out on technology that changes how you think about shoes. First, these are not just regular slip-on shoes. They're not just a pair of loafers without laces. But what makes them different is the technology inside that lets you just step into them. There's a built-in hidden shoe horn that slides your foot in, so they look, feel, and wear just like a pair of shoes you're used to. Except you don't have to bend down, struggle to put them on, or touch them. Try them at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com and get ready for the workday.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Hi, this is Larry Steiners, and I want to tell you about a full-day event we're having on Saturday, June 14th. Not only will you learn stock options and real estate, but you'll also learn asset protection, you'll learn how life insurance really works, and so much more. To sign up for this event, go to 4mmw.com. That's the number 4mmw.com. And I'll tell you what, if you put in the coupon code WPHT, you're going to get a free ticket. That's it, 4mmw.com, coupon code WPHT.
Hey, it's Rich Zeoli. You know, having a beautiful, healthy smile isn't just important for how you look, it's also important for your health. In fact, there's so much research now about the correlation between gum disease and heart disease and your gut microbiome. Look, it all matters, and that's why I want you to reach out to my friend, Dr. Mike Veneria at Veneria Dental. He's been my family dentist for years, and the level of care and commitment to dental excellence that Dr. Mike and his team delivers to each and every patient is simply unmatched. Dr. Mike Veneria has been delivering results that surpass expectations, and it's made him a top dentist in New Jersey for 10 consecutive years. He has one of the most respected reputations among his peers as a master of dental implants. So if you've been on the fence about getting that complicated dental procedure, or if you're looking for a second opinion, reach out to Dr. Mike today. He's the best. I promise you won't be disappointed. I trust my family to Dr. Veneria. With 2 locations to serve you in Cinnaminson and Woodbury, schedule your free implant consultation today for your perfect smile. 856-786-2020 or veneriadental.com.
I had
had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother got life insurance from Ethos, and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular to get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and now for a limited time, new customers can get their second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit a store near you, or consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Keeping free speech alive. Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. WPHT.
Oh, welcome back. Halfway through hour 3 here on 1210 WPHT. Kayal and Company. Sean Farish filling in until 10 a.m. where we hand it off to the great, the highly respected, I should have endorsed her, Kathy Barnett, filling in for Dawn Stensland at 10 a.m. But until then, you're stuck with me. I'm sorry. Happy Good Friday to everybody. Hope you're all getting ready to celebrate a nice Easter weekend, if that is what you plan to do. Easter should be fun. Remember last year, Easter? Joe Biden? Yeah, say hello to the Oyster Bunny. The Oyster Bunny. Oyster Bunny. That's funny. You talk about a guy who's laid a few eggs himself. That's Joe Biden, right? Oh, gosh. Heard he laid a few chocolate eggs at the Vatican, too. You know what I'm talking about, right? Sleepy Jose caca en frente del Papa, right? You're not supposed to do that. He pooped in front of the Pope. You're not supposed to do that. Not a good thing to do, right? Not a good thing. Remember the Easter Bunny had to lead Joe Biden around. The Easter Bunny, like, that's not a joke. Not a joke. Not a joke. Like the Easter Bunny got him and moved him to, that was like his handler. It's amazing we made it through that alive. Those 4 years. Barely, too, right? Like on life support. It's amazing we made it through that alive.
So what are your plans, Mr. President, for this Easter? What are you going to be doing?
We're going to get along very well with a bunny. We're looking at the Easter Bunny. We do eggs because, the price of eggs are down. We got the eggs way down, and we're going to do very well. We're going to have a great time, right? We're going to find all the eggs, the golden ones, too. We're going to do very well.
I know that is, and, Donald Trump is with us, and, this Easter is the first one at the White House since, no experienced Joe has been president, and, it's going to be great, and I look forward to it. Don't forget to set your DVR.
I love that every time you do Hannity.
Really?
Don't forget to set your DVR.
Don't forget to set your DVR. We got Donald Trump. We're going to be dyeing Easter eggs. And how are you going to do this? How do you dye Easter eggs? And could you do it like Hillary did, with her server and bleach-bitten hammers? And if you did this, it just would be a problem. And, and like I said, don't forget to set your DVR.
Don't forget to set your DVR. It's such a great way. That's like the end line for Hannity. Like, believe me, is the end line for Trump. It's great. Listen, the one thing I'm really bummed about this weekend is there's no NASCAR. I've gotten back into it, and Talladega's next week. It was, they take a week off for Easter, but I love me some NASCAR now. I watched every race. Been pretty good this year. We're getting into this Abrigo Garcia, this Kilmar Abrigo Garcia, this whole love affair between him and the left and him, and it's wild. The guy, look, they want you to believe that this is some guy from Maryland, that he's here legally, that he's a United States citizen, or he's present in the country legally. Folks, he admitted that he came in here illegally, freely, according to police reports and court filings. Right? He admitted to coming in here, into the country, illegally. That alone means you're ripe for deportation. You've had two judges that wanted to get him out of the country. He was validated as a member of a foreign terrorist organization, the street gang known as MS-13. His wife took out an order of protection on him after alleged domestic assaults and domestic abuse. Then she reversed course immediately, which we've seen before, which is like the hallmark of those types of cases, right? Stockholm syndrome, they like to call it, right? Where you're a captive and you start to love your captor, usually out of fear. This on the Tennessee Star, Michael Patrick Leahy, Tom Pappert. Tennessee Highway Patrol confirmed that the Biden-era FBI in 2022 told officers to release Kilmar Abrego Garcia during a 2022 traffic stop despite speeding and license violations. The Tennessee Highway Patrol contacted the Tennessee Star on Thursday night, last night, to confirm its earlier reporting, the Star's earlier reporting, that Kilmar Abrego Garcia, the citizen of El Salvador who was deported last month by the Trump administration, was stopped by the Tennessee Highway Patrol in 2022, but ordered to be released by the FBI. The Tennessee Highway Patrol spokesperson told the Star, the Tennessee Highway Patrol can confirm a 2022 traffic stop of Kilmar Armando Abrego Garcia, who was stopped for speeding on I-40. The spokesman then stated to the Star, per standard protocol, the THP contacted federal law enforcement authorities with the Biden-era FBI, the agency of jurisdiction, who made the decision not to detain him. It is unclear why Putnam County, which is where sources told Tennessee Star that Abrego Garcia was stopped by THP in 2022, was then under the jurisdiction of the FBI. Notably, Tennessee Highway Patrol did not state whether Abrego Garcia was suspected by THP officers of being engaged in human trafficking, as sources told the Star on Wednesday. Human trafficking is a federal offense under the Trafficking Victims Protection Act of 2000. It also remains unclear why the FBI would tell Tennessee Highway Patrol to release Abrego Garcia, who was transporting 7 passengers in a vehicle he did not own, was operating without a valid license, and was reportedly answering questions with additional questions in a bid to avoid responding to Tennessee Highway Patrol questions. The FBI has yet to respond to a comment from request from the Tennessee Star. This is okay. So let's take it a step further here, and let's put one of us in the shoes of Kilmar Armando Abrego Garcia. Let's say you've got 7 people in your vehicle. You don't own the vehicle. You don't have a valid license. You're speeding, and you're not answering questions from Highway Patrol. What happens to you? You have 7 people in your vehicle. You don't own the vehicle. That's okay. You don't have to own the car that you're driving. You're operating without a valid license. You're speeding, and then you're pulled over and you're not cooperating with police. What happens to any of us? What happens to any of us? Whatever happened to that phrase, nobody is above the law? Where'd that go? Is that out the window? It goes to show you that illegal aliens, that Abrego Garcia was an illegal alien, are essentially, and were, they aren't anymore, thanks to the new administration, super citizens. They can't do any wrong. Kilmar Abrego Garcia was a super citizen. I don't know anybody who, if they were pulled over for speeding with 7 people in the car, no valid license, not cooperating with cops, I don't know anyone who gets off clean. But Kilmar Abrego Garcia got off clean. And you wonder, what did the feds know? Is he working with the feds? I don't know. But this is a guy who had no legal claim to be in this country, was validated to be a member of a foreign terrorist designated gang. I mean, and the left has cozied up to this guy and branded him as some sort of, wonderful person. Now, I'm not saying he's the worst of the worst. I'm not saying this guy was one of the MS-13 gang members that would, give people a Colombian necktie, which was what I described at the beginning of the show. They cut a hole in your neck. They pull your tongue through it after you're dead to leave their mark. I'm not saying he's one of these MS-13 guys who would dismember people and leave arms and legs and body parts in different locations around cities and towns to let you know that MS-13's there and you better not get in their way. I'm not saying he did those things. What I am saying is that there are 3 pieces of documentation that outline that ample evidence was provided that would clearly validate him as a member of that gang. You have a sheriff in Maryland we played a couple segments ago that said he 1,000% believes this guy was a member of MS-13. And here's what the left did. They saw Donald Trump deport this guy, and they said, let's make it look like he's putting him in concentration camps, right? Let's make it look like he's deporting U.S. citizens. He deported a Maryland man. No, he deported an El Salvadoran national, an illegal alien in this country who is a citizen of another country. They're like, bring him home. No, he is home. He is home. El Salvador is his home. It's like that scene from Happy Gilmore. Go to your home. Don't you want to go home? Where Adam Sandler with the golf ball. Don't you want to go with the ball? Let's go home. He is home. Think of this. This is what the left has done. And on my show yesterday, we did the TDS special, and there's actually an update on one of those stories that we're going to get to soon. Anything Donald Trump does, the left has to diametrically oppose. I completely oppose. We love breathing. It's a wonderful thing. In and out. In and out. We love oxygen. They'd hold their... We love eating. They bring up, there it is. Phil on Temple of the Dog. I'm going hungry, right? They're going to do a hunger strike if Donald Trump endorses eating. Such a good song. Chris Cornell, Eddie Vedder. I mean, legends, just legends. Donald Trump endorses drinking water. They're like, no. No drinking at all. No alcohol, no nothing. We're just going to be parched for the rest of our life. Dehydration is the way to go.
We were talking about it earlier.
You deport a gang member.
We were talking about this earlier. If Donald Trump endorses Easter eggs, it's not going to happen.
That's right.
Nope.
They're going to start cracking eggs. You have this gang member, Abrigo Garcia, and the left is making him out to be some sort of hero because Donald Trump deported him. Boy, did they step in it. Because I'll tell you what, the American people don't like this. They are the majority of Americans want illegals deported. They don't want to see political figures advocating for foreign terrorists and gang members over our own people, over our veterans, over our children, over blue-collar workers, farmers, anybody. They don't want to see it. And yet, on our dime, on our taxpayer dollars, they're going out there making trips down to El Salvador to try and bring this guy back into the United States. It is a disgrace. And if they continue to do this, it's going to kill them in 2026. We'll be back with more of that about the Maryland governor, about Senator Van Hollen. Did he violate the Logan Act? We'll talk about it a little more after this as we wrap up hour 3 in our next segment. But before we do that, we got to get to we're gonna take a quick break, and we'll be back with more after this.
Dawn Stensland here. You've heard me talk about replacing my windows and doors with my friends at Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding for years now. If you're thinking about redoing your siding, right now is the perfect time. Chapman is currently offering 15% off James Hardie fiber cement siding and Certainteed vinyl siding. Now, siding, it's not just for curb appeal. It also acts as a protective barrier against the harsh weather of all seasons. So whether you want the fiber cement siding or the vinyl, Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding has you covered. They have more than 30 years experience, and they complete every project with care and such precision. They always go the extra mile to work with you on all the different styles, the options that best fit you and your home. So don't put this off. Take advantage. 15% off. Do this today. Experience the Chapman difference for yourself. And they also offer 18-month interest-free financing. Call, text 610-431-8898, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
A message for qualified investors from Noble Gold Investments. If your portfolio is over $250,000 and you aren't hedged, you're sitting on a ticking time bomb. With markets at all-time highs, history tells us what comes next. A 10% allocation into gold and silver can help diversify. Experienced investors know that in times of economic uncertainty, real assets, not paper promises, offer true security. Noble Gold Investments makes it easy to add institutional-grade gold and silver to your portfolio, so you can hedge like the world's smartest investors. For nearly a decade, Noble Gold has helped thousands of Americans protect their future, turning numbers on a screen into real, tangible assets. And right now, when you make a qualified investment, Noble Gold will add a free 10th-ounce gold coin to your order. Disciplined investors protect what they've built. Visit NobleGoldInvestments.com today. NobleGoldInvestments.com.
Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
The Philadelphia Orchestra captivates audiences with their superhuman sound. Savor the artistry of Philly's hometown orchestra in this upcoming concert.
The orchestra welcomes an artist whose Grammy-winning career has defied categorization and thrilled audiences from the concert hall to the Bluegrass Hills. Mandolin master Chris Thiele joins the orchestra for one night only, April 23rd. Get your tickets for this sure-to-sell-out concert. Chris Thiele and the Philadelphia Orchestra.
Get your tickets at philorg.org.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been diagnosed with mesothelioma, call us now. $30 billion was set aside for meso victims, and in most cases, your claim is settled out of court without a jury trial. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause. Brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Get ready for
your workouts will.
Stay tuned for.
Are you tired of?
You can skip a lot of things in life, but not everything. With Citizens, get the advice and tools you need to financially handle all of life's unskippable moments. So you're ready for your best friend's wedding, a broken down car, your kid getting into their dream school, and every expense in between. From making a plan to staying on track. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Yes, yes, yes. Temple of the Dog. Listen, we are doing some great music this morning. Happy Good Friday here, 8:43 in the Eastern Time Zone, 7:43 right here in the great state of Tennessee. Sean Farish filling in for Kayal and Company here on 1210 WPHT. Temple of the Dog. Man, the music this morning. This Phil Almquist, Jim Kelly, these guys.
It's all Phil Almquist. It's not me. Phil just walks in and sends me a text that, Jim, play this coming out of break. This would sound really good. And
it's
he just
great.
he has like no paperwork in front of him. He just knows this right off the top of his head.
Yeah, it's the best. It's the best. And Hunger Strike, I'm going hungry. Like that is just I could listen to that song and just immediately get amped up. It's just great.
We could play that coming out of the next segment.
Temple of the Dog. We love Temple of the Dog. Oh, man. All right, Abrego Garcia, we're getting into this love affair that the left has with this Abrego Garcia, this illegal alien. So let's just go down the list of who this guy, because they say, oh, no, there's no evidence that he's just this bad person. Okay, illegal alien off the bat. And I'm not saying that this is, look, there are a couple different types of like illegals, right? So you have people who come here, they'll overstay a visa. Now they're illegally present in the United States. No, that's not what this guy did. This guy admitted to entering the country illegally in March of 2012. Okay, so he broke in to the country. That is illegal. That is a crime. The first thing he did in this country before he became a Maryland man was a crime. He came into the country illegally. His first act on U.S. soil was a crime. Period. Move on. So we have illegal alien. We have verified member in 3 cases of MS-13. We have driving 7 people in a vehicle, speeding, no license, vehicle that he doesn't own, not cooperating with authorities. We have allegations of domestic abuse. What am I missing? The only reason why the left has cozied up to this guy and glorified this guy is because Trump and MAGA and Republicans and Trump supporters and the right has decided that this guy should not be in our country. So they're like, well, we must do everything. We must diametrically oppose everything Donald Trump does. So that's going to come back to bite him because, as Trump said earlier in the week, and he mentioned this to President Bukele of El Salvador, it's not even necessarily conservative. It's just common sense. I can't wait to watch, Bernie Sanders. No, common sense is bad. And the wealthy have to pay their fair share. AOC, my goodness. She's out there debuting new accents, right? My goodness. All right. This is Maryland Governor Wes Moore, who up until maybe this comment, I considered somebody maybe who would have been a possible presidential candidate in 2028. But this is not popular among the American people. Wes Moore wants the illegal alien Kilmar Armando Abrego Garcia, quote, brought back home to Maryland. No, Governor Moore. Maryland is not his home. His home is in El Salvador. He admitted to being here illegally. He cannot legally call Maryland his home. He entered the country illegally. He has to leave. Instead of doing the job that his constituents elected him to do, both Wes Moore and Senator Chris Van Hollen have decided that they're going to take the side of an illegal alien gang member. I keep wanting to call him Jose. His name's not Jose. Kilmar Abrego Garcia. Now, Senator Van Hollen went down to El Salvador I guess, advocate for the release of Kilmar Abrigo Garcia. And there have been questions about the Logan Act, right? What is the Logan Act? Well, the Logan Act says the following, quote, any citizen, some people think it doesn't apply to elected officials. Not true. Any citizen of the United States, wherever he may be, who, without authority of the United States, directly or indirectly commences or carries on any correspondence or intercourse with any foreign government or any officer or agent thereof with intent to influence the measures or conduct of any foreign government or of any officer or agent thereof in relation to any disputes or controversies with the United States, or to defeat the measures of the United States, shall be fined under this title or imprisoned not more than 3 years or both. Meaning, any citizen of the U.S. who is commencing in, carrying out foreign policy conversations or trying to influence U.S. foreign policy or another nation's relationship with the United States, or trying to undermine a relationship with the United States, could be found in violation of that statute, 18 U.S. Code Section 953, and can be fined or put in jail for up to 3 years or both. Now, I want to be fair and say it is worth mentioning that the Logan Act has never been successfully prosecuted. It has been prosecuted twice, neither of which led to a conviction. One prosecution took place in 1803. A Kentucky farmer argued for the Western United States to ally with France. And the other took place in 1853, in which a man was arrested under the act for writing a letter to the president of Mexico. They were looking at trying to prosecute Mike Flynn, General Flynn, under the Logan Act. It was enacted in 1798. John Adams was very unhappy with Thomas Jefferson. But folks, this is the problem, right? There is a statute, and I would say go after Senator Van Hollen. He's literally doing this in direct contradiction to what the United States, the executive branch, wants to do. This would be a violation of the Logan Act. Now, is it going to be successfully prosecuted? Is anything going to happen? I don't know. Probably not. But this goes back to this common theme and a post I made yesterday that laws only matter if they are enforced. If Senator Van Hollen's visit to El Salvador is a violation of the Logan Act, which letter of the law it looks like it is, he needs to face consequences. If Letitia James, I call her Sasquatch, you look at her, she looks like Sasquatch. Unfortunately, the pictures of Letitia James aren't blurry because she's an ugly person, right? She looks like Sasquatch. If she committed mortgage fraud, she needs to face consequences. If entering our country illegally is illegal and therefore a crime, then those who do it need to face consequences. If there are no consequences, then the laws themselves are useless. We're either going to have accountability or nothing matters. The first 2 hours of the show this morning, we talked about the Florida State shooter. And that conversation went on a lot longer than I thought it was going to, but that's a good thing because we touched on a lot of different topics. One of them, I believe it was Chris from Blairtown, who mentioned that the justice system, they're not delivering the criminals are not afraid of the system. The criminals are not afraid of facing justice. The consequences are either non-existent or not tough enough, not severe enough, not strong enough. This is a problem. If you're not going to enforce your laws, then your laws, they're not actually there. Look at the southern border. For 4 years, Joe Biden and the administration made it clear that immigration law was not going to be enforced. Then they tried in the 2024 election cycle, and it failed, to say, oh, no, we need new laws down there on the border. What good are new laws if you're not going to enforce the old laws? Donald Trump just proved we have enough laws on the border. All we have to do is enforce them. And wouldn't you know it, when he enforced the law, a 95% drop in illegal immigration. 95% drop on the southern border in illegal immigration. By existing laws we already have. We don't need new laws. I was talking to somebody about this yesterday, saying, you know, a lot of the times the reason why these government sycophants and Democrats, they push for new laws isn't because they want to fix an existing problem. It's because they want to take your rights away. They want to continue to erode your rights away. Well, you know, there's a shooting. We got to take that type of gun away now. And there's another shooting. We got to take that one away. You know, until there's no more guns left to take away, because they've all been taken away. Look at COVID. The right to peacefully protest, the right to go outside. It was enforced. Curfews were enforced with paintball guns in Minnesota. Curfews in New York. Mandates all over the place. You couldn't gather. Snitch lines. Oh, there's 11 people in that house for Thanksgiving. Send the Department of Health. The people aren't socially distanced in that bar. What are we doing? Enforce the laws you have on the books. Don't keep taking people's rights away, people who aren't breaking the law. And the majority of Americans support deporting all illegal aliens. And this is the problem we're going to get to in the fourth and final hour. The positions that Democrats are taking right now are so unpopular. They're on the 20 side of all of these 80-20 issues, men and women's sports, the border, taxes, foreign policy, trade. They're on the 20 side of all these 80-20 issues. And the best part that I can say, look, I'm used to it. And Phil Almquist, like me, a Jet fan, you know, we're used to seeing leads in the fourth quarter go bye-bye. I'm used to seeing Republicans blow leads and squander great opportunities. I'm not so sure we're going to do that this time, simply because of who the quarterback of the other team is. It's David Hogg, folks. And there's a civil war that's brewing in the Democrat Party. And David Hogg is calling the shots as vice chair of the DNC. And it's getting a lot of people very upset, but it's making me very happy. We'll get to that in the fourth and final hour. We'll get to some of these 80-20 issues in the fourth and final hour. The left cozying up to more than just Abrigo Garcia, but major calls to violence. They're not learning their lesson because, again, there haven't been severe enough consequences for that conduct. We'll get back. We'll be back here for the fourth and final hour on 1210 WPHT. Right after this, Sean Farish filling in for Kayal and Company, handing it off to Kathy Barnett at 10 a.m. in just an hour. Excited for that as well. We'll be right back for the fourth and final hour this morning on this Good Friday right after this.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. My friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles feature the latest luxury vehicles from today's top brands: Mercedes-Benz, Jaguar, Land Rover, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, Maserati. These models with such sleek new designs and innovative features, powered by the very latest in technology. And they have thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles right now available across their Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey dealerships. Piazza Premium Automobiles stands out. Visit them, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
How would you like to have Joel Embiid, Charles Barkley, and Chip Snapper at your next event? Hire Joe Conklin, the man of 1,000 voices for corporate events and private parties.
We hired Joe Conklin, a comedian. The guy's fantastic. We hired Joe for our sales meeting, and he was hilarious. He had everyone from our top management down to the peons cracking up laughing.
We hired Joe Conklin, and we did not stop laughing for the whole show.
Hire Joe Conklin now for corporate events and private parties. Go to JoeConklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother got life insurance from Ethos, and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Build month.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios, powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
At California Psychics, we know that when you haven't found love, it feels like everyone else has. Every movie has a love interest. Every song is a love song. Where are all the songs about cats? Or the joy of early bedtimes? And of course, the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to help you find the one. We connect you with the very best. In fact, 98% of the psychics who apply to work with us don't make the grade. That's why we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. Download the app or connect with us at CaliforniaPsychics.com. Right now, new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. So you could be feeling all lovey-dovey real soon. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
Steel walk-behind, zero-turn, and stand-on mowers are built to get the job done. Shop online or at your local Steel dealer. Steel. Let's go mow.
It's the Big 3 and 9 on Kayal and Company.
Well, it is the 9 o'clock hour, but that's not what I really wanted to play as we listen to Sean Farish filling in for Kayal and Company.
That's right. We are back. We're ready to rock and roll here.
This is what I wanted to play.
There it is.
Double shot of Temple of the Dog.
You got to love it. You got to love it. To kick off the fourth and final hour here on this Good Friday. There it is.
That liner gets
Such
me
a good
every
song.
time I work here. Every time I run the board, I forget to take that out. I don't know why. It happens to me all the time. And I'm sitting there thinking to myself, how could I fail the 47th president of the United States? I can't do that.
You keep doing that, you're going to get fired, right? We don't want to see that happen.
No, I don't want to see
Don't
that
wanna see
happen
that
either. Because, I got a lot of people who are listening to the show, too, by the way. Some friends out
We
there.
don't want to see that happen. You can't keep doing that, right? You got to stop doing that.
No, I got management lists. I got friends out there listening who hear me on the radio. Can't believe that they're actually driving along. I was like, wait a minute, I'm hearing this guy on the air? I used to live down the street.
Well, at least they got some Temple of the Dog, right?
At least they got Temple of the Dog.
Temple of the Dog.
I don't know.
That's it. Kicking off this fourth and final hour, 9:02 on the East Coast in the Eastern Time Zone. It is what it is. I'm in the greatest time zone, the best time zone. It's only 8:02 where I'm at, so I got a little bit more day left. It's nice. We're coming to you until 10 o'clock, where we'll hand it off to the great Kathy Barnett, filling in for Dawn Stensland on 1210 WPHT. Sean Farish filling in for the entire Kayal and Company today. So we're having a good time this morning. Great conversation, first couple hours of the show. And now here we are with the idea that it's not just Abrigo Garcia. The left has cozied up. The left has cozied up to really just not just bad people, but a really bad ideology. These are folks that have there are stories here. It's hard to. I want to say things that I'm not supposed to say. And that's the problem that I'm having here. There are examples of this violence that the left has encouraged and cozied up to that you wouldn't believe. If you're not on the X platform, you're missing out on a lot of what I'm talking about here. There was a post that went up yesterday, came across my feed from an account at Captain Gouda 24. Nicholas Decker. Now, I want you to think about this for just a second. All right. I want you to think about this for just a second. Think about Jake Tapper. Think about the fake news. Think about the all of the times that Donald Trump was called Adolf Hitler. Think about all the times that Trump supporters were labeled Nazis. Think about all of the negative things that you'd heard about January 6th protesters and grandma praying at the Capitol. Just think about all those things. How many times that was forced into the court of public opinion? How many times people had to hear that MAGA supporters were Nazis, that Donald Trump was Hitler, that, it's just over and over and over and over and over again. People are conditioned to hear these things to the point where, the gaslighting is so strong that folks eventually believed it. This is a post on X. Looks like a blog post or a Substack post, a screenshot of it. Nicholas Decker. The ultimate source of political power is and will always be violence. This is somebody, by the way, with the rainbow flag emoji and the Ukraine flag emoji in his bio. And on his X bio, it says the following: GMU Econ, PhD student, liberal. I post interesting papers. He says he's liberal, okay? So I'm not making an assumption that this is somebody on the left. The ultimate source of political power is and always will be violence. If the present administration, when did he post this? Oh, yesterday, 2025, present administration, Trump administration. If the present administration should continue on its course, there is no choice but war. I say this out of sorrow. When must we kill them? Again, self-described liberal. The paper that he wrote here is titled, When must we kill them? Evil has come to America. The present administration is engaged in barbarism. It has arbitrarily imprisoned its opponents. What? Revoked the visas of thousands of students, yes, who were violating the terms of their visas. Imposed taxes upon us without our consent. Really? And seeks to destroy the institutions which oppose it. Its leader has threatened those who produce unfavorable coverage and suggested that their licenses be revoked. It has deprived us, in many cases, of trial by jury. It has subjected us to a jurisdiction foreign to our Constitution. When must we kill them, is what he's asking. Kill. Not rhetorical. It's an outward, open call to violence. Nicholas Decker on X. Now, the left will go, wow, he's not some, he's nobody. Don't worry about. Oh, okay. All right. Okay. So you mean to tell me that if this Nicholas Decker was somebody who wore a MAGA hat, that the left wouldn't be absolutely apoplectic over something like this being posted on social media? You mean to tell me that just because nobody's heard of him before and he's an account with 7,600 followers, only 76, that, don't worry about it. He is advocating for the present administration to be gone to war with, to be killed. Folks, dangerous times. It's not just that. This idea that the left has to be violent in order to achieve their goals and achieve their means this is not new. Yesterday on my show on LFA TV, it was a pre-recorded episode because I was out of town coming back home from West Virginia. And it was about how the left has essentially let TDS just dictate their every move. Whatever Trump does, we stand against it. We stand against it passionately. We stand against it, consistently, whatever he does. Now, we know what happened on July 13th, 2024, Thomas Matthew Crooks. We know what happened on, I believe it was September 17th, 2024, Ryan Wesley Ruth. Crooks actually got shots off. Ryan Wesley Ruth almost did. But because the left refuses to get its violent faction under control, it has only continued. The Tesla terrorism, something that both my wife and I have been directly targeted by, swatting, which has happened to over 20 people, conservatives across the country, swatting. They call in a fake emergency to my address. They send cops with massive guns, training them at my house. We walk out of the house with our hands up, hoping and praying that nobody's jumpy. And thankfully, the Rutherford County Sheriff's Office was, exceptional. This is because, why? Because they don't like what I say on the internet? Never in a million years would I even think to do that to somebody. And there are people on the internet I look at and I'm like, man, I can't stand that person. But the best way to beat them is to beat them in the court of public opinion. The best way to do it is to counter their bad speech with better speech. Not to censor or to put them at gunpoint. People in this neighborhood, the kids in this neighborhood, one of the kids in this neighborhood told us that while that was going on, and they weren't going to his house, but there were cops all around all down the road, walking up and down the road with guns. He was hiding under his desk crying. That's what you did. That's what you did. You hear about this story out of Wisconsin? A Wisconsin teen. No big deal. Just felt it necessary to want to assassinate Donald Trump. You know what he did to, quote unquote, gain the financial means and the autonomy to do it? He killed his parents. Plotted to assassinate Donald Trump. Oh, and according to new FBI documents, Nikita Kasap, the kid who was planning to assassinate Donald Trump after killing his parents, because he killed his parents, wanted to use that as a way to gain autonomy and financial means to assassinate Trump, was apparently sending direct messages to an individual with a Ukrainian phone number, talking about relocating to Ukraine after killing Donald Trump. This is the second now would-be assassin of Donald Trump that had connections to Ukraine. Can we finally start asking why on earth Ukraine is always involved in these threats against the president? We know that Crooks was talking to foreign people too. We don't know what nations they were from. We know Ruth was connected to Ukraine. Now we know that KSAP was connected to Ukraine. We know that Ukraine tried to sabotage Donald Trump's 2016 run. We know that Ukraine tried to sabotage Donald Trump's first administration with the perfect phone call, which Zelensky did nothing to clear up, still has done nothing to clear up. Can we ask any questions as to why the left continues to let this violence fester on their side of the aisle? I remember on January 7th, members of our side calling out some of the bad actions that took place on January 6th. I was one of those people. I was at January 6th. I did nothing wrong. I got my name on a police report because my vehicle was vandalized, along with 8 of my friends who had their vehicles vandalized. We weren't even at the Capitol when things started getting messy. And I did an interview with a local NBC News affiliate up on Long Island in the parking lot of a Costco. And they were, political violence. You were there. And I said, I condemn political violence. Anybody who engages in political violence, I condemn. You know why? Because it happened to me. And it's only continued to happen to me since then. Death threats, violent DMs, swatting, harassment with random pizza deliveries. You may think it's a big deal until they start sending it to members of your family. You may think it's no big deal. It's just pizza. What are you complaining about? Yeah, you want this to happen to you? You don't. I condemn political violence. I don't want to live in that world. I was vocal right up until we got pardons for J6. And said anybody who assaulted a police officer, we can't give them a pardon right off the bat. What do you mean? They were provoked. You don't know that. You weren't there. I was there. I saw people do things you shouldn't do. I do believe in consequences. And yes, there were people who were provoked into doing stupid things on January 6th, but there were also people who showed up to January 6th who were not members of Antifa, who were not members of Black Lives Matter, who were good people who did bad things. Now, I'm not upset that everybody got pardoned. That's the cost of doing business. Many wrongs were righted. Some people got a pardon that they didn't deserve. That's the cost of doing business, and I'm happy to see that the ones who deserved their pardon got out. My point is, I despise political violence. The left only despises political violence when it happens against other members of the left. Why don't you hear the name Cody Balmer anymore? You know why? Because he's a freaking leftist. He's a registered socialist and a pro-Palestine lunatic. Tried to kill Governor Josh Shapiro. This Wisconsin teen talking to Ukrainian people, saying they were going to blame Russia on the attack on Donald Trump. The left has continued. The left has continued to let political violence fester on their side of the aisle. Another story out of Butler, Pennsylvania. A Butler, PA man arrested, making threats to assassinate Donald Trump. Sean Monper, taken into custody by the FBI. He had a hearing on April 14th. On April 8th, FBI's National Threat Operations Section received an emergency disclosure regarding threats made by a YouTube user called Mr. Satan. He obtained a firearms permit after Trump's inauguration and wrote using his account, I have bought several guns and been stocking up on ammo since Trump got into office. Eventually, I'm going to do a mass shooting. And 1 week later, he allegedly wrote, I have been buying one gun a month since the election. Other threats outlined saying he was going to kill Trump and Elon himself. American Revolution 2.0. That's the left, and that's who they're making their new heroes. They love violence. I can't stand it. Anyone who wants to tell me this, Nicholas, I remember when Madonna said, I want to blow up the White House. And I said, whoa. You can't say that. Oh, who cares? It's just Madonna. I care because when you set the precedent that there are no consequences for saying things like that, you set the precedent that political violence is acceptable. Nicholas Decker on X. When must we kill them? Still up, by the way. The post is still up. These are the people the left is producing. Teens that are killing their parents to try and assassinate Trump. satanic cultists on YouTube who want to assassinate Trump. People posting on X and writing blogs about how it's totally necessary and justified to kill their political opponents because of a difference of opinion on policy. That ain't the country I want to live in. It's time to give this Decker guy a visit. If you're the FBI, I'm sure they'll be all over it. It's time to, well, we got the Wisconsin teen's been arrested. The Butler, Pennsylvania man's been arrested. And they need to have the book thrown at them. The book. We'll do more political violence in the next segment. We got to take a quick break. Talk about Carmelo Anthony, Luigi Mangione, and the left's obsession with violence. Sean Farish filling in here on Kayal and Company, 1210 WPHT. Fourth and final hour. We'll hand it off to Kathy Barnett soon. We'll take a quick break and be right back after this.
This hour of Kayal and Company is brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. And right now at Staples, save up to $250 off your print order. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details. And 614 plus save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
Get ready for an exciting night. Politics and Pints. Trump's first 100 days. Tuesday night, May 6th. Be there as Talk Radio 1210's Nick, Dawn, Dom, and Rich unpack all that happened, what didn't happen, and what it means during President Trump's first 100 days in office. We'll have a lively discussion, answer some audience questions, and of course, raise a glass. Tuesday, May 6th at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville. 1210 WPHT.com.
Hi, it's John Ashdale, the car czar from Colonial Hyundai. As part of our grand reopening sales event, Hyundai has shipped us a special selection of additional brand new vehicles. Right now is your opportunity to purchase any new Hyundai in stock at the lowest possible price. No games, no hassle, just the best possible price on any new Hyundai. These vehicles with locked-in savings are available on a first-come, first-served basis. Here at Colonial, we want to prevent you from paying more than you have to. So now, through April 30th, don't miss out on the best financing in the business and drive off with 0% financing. Our brand new state-of-the-art dealership is built for savings, built for service. And every new Hyundai comes with 3-year complimentary maintenance and America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
In stock vehicles only. Tax and tags additional. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details. Offer expires April 30th.
Make magic happen with Kitchen Magic. Family-owned Kitchen Magic has been making dream kitchens come to life for over 45 years and 60,000 homeowners. Kitchen Magic's experts will guide you every step of the way, from free in-home design consultation to top-notch installation. Whether refacing, new cabinetry, or complete makeover, your kitchen transformation is covered with quality American-made products. Your new kitchen will be as functional and enduring as it is beautiful. Right now, enjoy an amazing 40% off installation. Visit kitchenmagic.com.
Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Fargo is only available on the smartphone versions of the Wells Fargo mobile app. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Bill Spadia lies about being with President Trump from the beginning.
Here's Bill Spadea in his own words.
I'm not here to fight for Donald Trump. Again, I have my issues with Donald Trump. I wrote about how he failed as a president. Trump should have been tougher in his first term. I've said this before. President Trump failed. I don't want him to run again. I do not want President Trump to run again.
Bill Spadea, full MAGA? More like full of Paid for by Chitterelli for Governor, Inc., 99 Grey Rock Road, Suite 202, Clinton, New Jersey.
Okay, so I'm gonna let you in on a little secret. Wendy's has this new Cajun Crunch chicken sandwich. And to be honest, I'm kind of crushing hard on this Sammy. It's packed with bold Cajun flavors and topped with crispy onions for a satisfying crunch. All on Wendy's iconic spicy chicken sandwich. It's honestly kind of my dream sandwich. I hope it likes me back. For a sandwich you'll love, gotta be Wendy's. Open till midnight or later.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Hours may vary by location.
From Pottstown to Vincenttown, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
All right, welcome back. We are halfway through hour fourth and final hour here on this Good Friday, 9:24 in the Eastern time zone. I'm here in the greatest, beautiful time zone, the Central. 8:24 for me. We're behind a little bit, but slow and steady wins the race, they say. Having a good time on this Good Friday as we continue on here. Sean Parrish filling in for Kayal and Company on 1210 WPHT. Kathy Barnett on deck at 10 a.m. Eastern. She will be filling in for the great Dawn Stensland. And listen, just bringing it up, and we've been talking about it, the left celebrating violence, cozying up to violence, encouraging violence. We actually have a caller on the line, Boris from Morrisville, New Jersey. So let's go to Boris here. Boris, what's on your mind?
Hi, Sean. Yeah, I wanted to talk about this this Kilmar Garcia guy in Maryland. Look, everyone knows he's a gang member. He was wearing a Chicago Bulls hat. We all know if you wear a Chicago Bulls hat, you're in a gang. And even if he's not in a gang, who cares? Just get rid of all these people. If we deport some innocent people and throw them in an El Salvador.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. All right. Okay. All right. Boris, let me ask you a question. Boris, let me ask you a question. Boris, let me ask you a question. You want to come in here and troll? Okay?
As long as
we all know if he's wearing. No. Boris, shut up and listen. Okay? You want to call and make an ass of yourself? You can listen now. And I'm going to ask you a question, and we'll have a conversation, since this is what you want to do with your Friday, okay? He wasn't just wearing a Chicago Bulls hat. That's not why they thought he was a gang member. There were two courts and a police gang unit that determined he was a gang member because other members of the gang said that he was a gang member. Did you know that, Boris? Did you know that, Boris? Yes or no, Boris? Yes or no?
We see how meticulous and detail-oriented Donnie is, I know.
Boris, yes or no, Boris? It's a very simple question. It's a three-word answer or a two-word letter answer. Yes or no? Did you know that they all confirmed he was in a gang from other members of the gang? Did you know that? I don't think so, because you sound like a dope right now coming on here, uninformed, talking about the Chicago Bulls. How about you want this guy to come back into the country? Boris, shut your mouth and listen to me. You called into this show. You're now going to get talked to. Boris. Yeah, you wish you looked as good as me. You dope. Listen to me. Listen to me. All right?
Do you make more than $20?
I know exactly who we're talking to right now. I'm talking to a troll who made 40,000 Rumble names. Listen to me. You have no idea what you're talking about with this Abrego Garcia. None whatsoever. You are a fool. You are a life loser. You are an absolute loser who supported Chris Christie in the 2024 election like a loser. You spend all day long calling people's radio shows, making a fool of yourself with absolutely no information, none whatsoever. You are a life loser. Your Hot Pocket is ready. Mom's got it ready to go. Why don't you walk upstairs out of Mom's basement, Get your Hot Pocket. And as Mark Levin says, get off my phone, you idiot. What a loser.
And he's gone.
What an absolute loser. I know who this guy is. This guy makes a habit of calling people's shows. He does this to everybody.
I had
and I'm honored that he's.
I had this feeling when I was screening him that something.
And I'm
was
honored
just
that he
not
did
right.
this. He does this with me because he does this to really big radio guys like Will Cal, Mark Levin.
Really? How did they get through? How did
he calls in with a fake name because he doesn't want to give his real name because they don't want he doesn't want people showing up to his mom's house.
Aren't these lines normally busy and there's a bunch of callers on hold? And how do guys like this manage
Because
to get
he has
through?
time. This guy has so much time on his hands. This guy has made, I want to tell you, like probably 70 or 80 different Rumble names. Right. To troll conservative people's shows. Right. He has like these names on standby, this guy. And he claims he has a full-time job. There's no way you balance full-time work with that. So either he's paid to do that, or he lives in his mother's house and has absolutely no life.
So you're trying
one or the other.
So you're trying to say right now that this guy is dialing a phone with Cheeto dust on his fingers, probably sitting there drinking a Yoo-Hoo or a Hawaiian Punch, and just sitting there just wondering if Gilligan gets off the island. Hate to tell you, but he does it. Or watching infomercials, or as we were talking about earlier, Jerry Springer on trash TV.
That's right. That's right. He also, don't forget the Lubriderm, Jim.
Oh, no, sorry.
He's got a very large. He's one of Lubriderm's most loyal customers. No, that guy's a fool. But I'm happy we were able to, because he came in, he called unprepared. Oh, it's a Chicago Bulls hat. Three different people, two courts and a police officer gang unit determined that guy was a part of a gang. So he wants to talk about deporting innocent people. Absolutely not. The guy wasn't innocent. He was illegal and in this country illegally. Oh, I've been waiting to give that guy a piece of my mind for quite some time. And he claimed to support Chris Christie in the 2024 election, which there's no bigger sign that you're a loser than that.
So he's sitting in his basement saying this.
Absolutely right. Yes. And he he hates fat jokes, by the way. When I call him fat and say that he's, I don't know what he looks like. I probably don't want to know.
Hey, you fat girl. Come here. Are you ticklish?
He got very offended by that, by when I said, no, he's a loser. But I'm happy he called in because I've been waiting. It's been a couple of years since I last talked to him. And I've been waiting for him to slip through and find a way through to give him a piece of my mind and to humiliate him. And now he's at home. And I'm sure his mother heard that and said, Boris, or whatever his real name is, why do you keep making a fool of yourself in public? I thought I raised you better. And he just snatched a Hot Pocket and went back downstairs. That's how that went. The left, though, I will tell you this. The left, people like him, whether he wants to be on the right, he says he's on the right or the left, whatever. He claims to be a, never Trumper, whatever he is. They're the ones doing what he does. They're the ones cozying up to violence and making heroes out of violent people. Why don't we go to this cut from Carmelo Anthony's attorney at this press conference? This is cut 9A, where they asked the father of Austin Metcalf, who, by the way, was very forgiving after this whole thing. I mean, there were a lot of people who criticized him, say, why would you be so civil? I don't know where this, what his thought process was. Maybe he just didn't want it to turn into a spectacle. But Carmelo Anthony's attorney, and they asked Jeff Metcalf, Austin Metcalf's father, to leave the press conference because he was being disrespectful. Listen to this, cut 9A.
And all I'm going to say, so it don't be asked later, is that was disrespectful and just shows you all the character who was not invited. He knows that it's inappropriate to be near this family, but he did it. And so I say to people, actions speak louder than words. Okay? What he has failed into is the political operatives that want to make this thing a political thing of hate, yet bigotry, and yet racism. We have conservative operatives that have been posting nonstop about this case.
Disrespectful for Jeff Metcalf to be at a press conference. Can we get an answer as to whether or not it was disrespectful for Carmelo Anthony to kill his son? How on earth do these people have the gall to play the victim? You know, I saw people talking about the fundraiser and the $900,000 house that they're renting and the new Escalade that they bought. And, you know, it's who says crime doesn't pay, right? Who says crime doesn't pay? They are equating what Carmelo Anthony did to Austin Metcalf to what Kyle Rittenhouse did in his legitimate self-defense case. They're off their rocker, these leftists. Whether it was Taylor Lorenz and Sean Hannity, you know, the other night, which was just, you know, I get why Hannity had her on. I wouldn't be able to do it without dropping profanities. She is so insufferable. Like I said, she is a member of the left who could not even just say something like, yeah, I don't think violence is the answer. All Hannity was saying was, you know, do you agree that you are without a soul, a conscience, or a heart if you can't condemn violence? And she's like, well, I'm not religious. I don't believe in souls. What a stupid cop-out that was. What a stupid cop-out that was. Listen, as I said before, I don't condone any violence. I would never in my life call in a fake SWAT call, which, by the way, I'm going to have the 911 call soon so I can actually hear what these people said and, you know, how they sold it. I would never in my life look at a company that upset me, right? Whether it's a health insurance company or anything, and say, you know what the solution to my problem is? The solution to my problem is killing the CEO. I never in my life, I didn't like Barack Obama. I didn't like George W. Bush. I certainly did not like Joe Biden. Never in my life did I want those men dead. Never in my life would I ever entertain the idea that Nicholas Decker, the guy who we just talked about in the previous segment, would I ever ask the question, when is it time to kill these people? But that's because I'm not a leftist. That's because folks like me and you and everybody who's listening right now, maybe not everybody, because we know that the basement dwellers probably still got it on. Right? That's because we understand that we don't want to live in a country where the words that you say on the internet, the political candidate that you support, can result in somebody wanting to kill you. But here's the left glorifying violence, making victims out of murderers, making victims out of gang members, making heroes out of people like Luigi Mangione, a coward who shot a father in the back. I'm not saying the healthcare industry is perfect. It's not. And I don't know everything about Brian Thompson, the CEO of United Healthcare. I don't know. He could be a good guy, could be a bad guy. The answer is not to kill people over disagreements in any situation. Self-defense is a different situation. It's a different story. That was not self-defense. And you have leftists like Taylor Lorenz. You have leftists like these folks on the mainstream media that they refuse. They refuse to call out the violence on their side. I have no problem calling out violence on our side. When I led protests, I made sure that the people that we brought to those protests behaved themselves to the best of my ability. And if they didn't, That's their problem. We made sure no violence. And as a result of that, our protests, you can ask the Nassau County Police Department, you can ask the Suffolk County Police Department, you can ask elected officials up and down Long Island. Not one instance of criminal activity arose from our protests on our side. Not one. We're not violent people. We do just want to be left alone. The problem is the other side doesn't want to leave us alone. They want us dead, and and they won't call it out. So stay frosty, everybody. Stay frosty. All right, we'll be back with the final segment of the fourth and final hour coming up here on 1210 WPHT as we hand it off to Kathy Barnett. We'll have This Day in Music History with the esteemed musical scholar Phil Almquist in the final segment of the 4 o'clock, my gosh, the final segment of the fourth and final hour. Thanks, everybody, for hanging out all day here on this Good Friday. We'll be right back with the final segment of the fourth and final hour after this.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, millions of men experience ED, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. At HIMSS, our own board-certified urologist, Dr. Peter Stahl, knows this better than anyone, and he knows that HIMSS can help.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS.
Through HIMSS.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs. Options at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% less than brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
Cancer. Chances are, if you've been diagnosed with cancer either recently or in the past, you probably wonder where to turn and what to do. What you can do is contact Dr. Molly Fantasia and her medical staff at Innovative Medical Associates. There is so much that Dr. Molly can do and have done with patients now and in the past. Whether it's boosting your immune system or helping you navigate the difficulties of any type of cancer diagnosis, Dr. Molly and her team can help. The initial consultation is complimentary, and you'll find it will be a very enlightening experience. Contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505 or visit them on the web at innovativemedicalassociates.com. That's innovativemedicalassociates.com. Cancer. It doesn't have to be the end. It is only the beginning when you contact Innovative Medical Associates. And don't forget to listen to Dr. Molly Fantasia on the program Health Watch, heard every Sunday live from 8 till 9 a.m. and again from 4 till 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
How would you like to have Joel Embiid, Charles Barkley, and Chip Snapper at your next event? Hire Joe Conklin, the man of 1,000 voices for corporate events and private parties.
We hired Joe Conklin, a comedian. The guy's fantastic.
We hired Joe for our sales meeting, and he was hilarious. He had everyone from our top management down to the peons cracking up laughing.
We had Joe Conklin, so we did not stop laughing for the whole show.
Hire Joe Conklin now for corporate events and private parties. Go to JoeConklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
Are you looking for a lawn care service that delivers great results and is safer for your family and pets? Choose Natural Lawn of America. At Natural Lawn, they use environmentally friendly products to grow lush green lawns naturally. Time is running out. Schedule Natural Lawn's full service program today and get free seeding every year. For a greener, healthier lawn plus free seeding, call 800-FREE-SEED. Don't delay. Act now. Call 800-FREE-SEED. Choose the locally owned and family operated Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now.
800-575-6481.
Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Noble Gold Investments alert. Gold has surged 46% in less than a year, doubling the gains of the NASDAQ and S&P 500. But this isn't just another rally. Investors are losing confidence in paper gold and demanding physical metal, creating a massive gap between gold owed and gold available. But this isn't about how institutions broke another system. It's about how you can profit from it. Right now, Noble Gold Investments has a limited supply of investment-grade gold bars and coins available. As banks scramble to fulfill their obligations, pushing gold prices higher, you can profit. Smart investors are already moving into physical gold. Noble Gold Investments makes it easy for you to do the same. And right now, when you make a qualified investment, Noble Gold will add a free 10th-ounce gold coin to your order. Don't wait until it's too late. Visit NobleGoldInvestments.com now and turn their panic into your profit. NobleGoldInvestments.com.
Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
Free speech in Philly on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
All right, welcome back. Wrapping up the fourth and final hour of this Good Friday here. Kayal and Company. Sean Farish filling in after blowing off some steam. That was fun, wasn't it? Filling in here for Kayal and Company on 1210 WPHT. I'd say that was a good time. That was a good way to get the day rolling, right? I would say so. This day in music history coming up in a little bit, a couple minutes with the great Phil Almquist. Gotta love it. And he's got his show This Week in Music History every Saturday. And it has the endorsement of the President of the United States. My, oh my. It must be difficult to get that endorsement. Phil's got that endorsement. He's kicking ass and taking names. Look, I just want to touch on this briefly. Kathy Barnett coming up at 10 o'clock, filling in for Dawn Stensland. I want to get to this one briefly just because it's something I've been talking about for a little while. You know, not to toot my own horn here. Not to toot my own horn. However, it's quite interesting. March 12th, I posted something. I said it was evergreen yesterday, bringing it back to life, about the new state of the Democrat Party. And it was that senators from Michigan, Minnesota, and New Hampshire, Democrat senators from Michigan, Minnesota, and New Hampshire, have all announced that they will not be seeking re-election in 2026, which means the new leadership at the DNC and Democrat Party voters, which we know has flown way to the left. New leadership at the DNC is going to have to vet their replacements. Who is new leadership at the DNC? David Hogg and Company. 2026 is an opportunity for us to end the Democrat Party as we know it. I don't think that David Hogg and The folks over there at the DNC right now who are pledging to primary establishment figures, I don't think they're going to find better figures. They may find people who are further left. But you have, the Raging Cajun Jim Carville, who's, not our friend, saying that this is a mistake. Folks, the Democrats are on the wrong side of the 80-20 issues. Men in women's sports, the majority of the country is not behind that. Even the majority of populations in blue states like Maine are not behind that. Open borders, the majority of Americans are not behind that. High taxes, government waste, fraud, and abuse, political violence, the majority of Americans are not behind that. But the majority of these progressive candidates, the anti-Israel sentiment, and it's not just about anti-Israel, and I'll clear this up because some people take it the wrong way. I am America first. I want to take care of our country first. I would rather take care of every single citizen in my borders than worry about anybody else anywhere around the world. It's not really anti-Israel. It's literally anti-Jew. You see a lot of these people who take the anti-Israel stance, but then throw the term Jew around like it's an insult. So it's not just about Israel, but it's that pro-Palestine even worse. The pro-Hamas thing even worse. You go to Gaza, you tell me how they treat you over there in the Gaza Strip. They're not gonna like you. Whether you're pro-Jew, if you're not a Muslim out there, radical Muslim, they're not gonna like you. They waste no time. They'll waste no time taking out their anger on you. It is that wing of the Democrat Party, the big government wing of the Democrat Party, open borders, high taxes, violence, pro 90,000 genders, the wrong side of every 80-20 issue that is out there. Those are the people in charge of the Democrat Party right now. And they are going to primary. I mean, they've got millions of dollars. David Hogg is getting ready to drop $20 million on candidates across the country. The vice chair of the DNC is getting ready to spend $20 million to kick establishment Democrats out of Congress. It's nuts. It's nuts. But you know what? It's a gift. It's a gift for Republicans. It's a gift for our movement. And in an ordinary circumstance, I would be 100% sold already that Republicans are going to blow it going into the midterms, historical trends, etc. But if these people are going to be the ones, finding the new candidates, finding the replacement, I'll tell you what. Let them do it. Never interrupt your enemy when they're making a mistake, is what they say. And giving David Hogg the keys to that car, big mistake. My suggestion, let him drive. Let him drive. All right, we got This Day in Music History coming up with the great Phil Almquist, who has been killing it with the music.
What happened on this day in music history?
Today, April 18th, we celebrate the birthdays of Greg Eklund from Everclear, who's 55, Mark Tremonti from Creed, Alter Bridge, and Tremonti, who's 51, and Kelly Hansen of Hurricane and Foreigner, who's 64. We also lost Dickie Betts from the Allman Brothers on this day in 2024. Sigismund Main Street by Bob Seger in 77, Jammin' Me by Tom Petty in 87, Fool for Your Lovin' by Whitesnake in 80, and Carpet Crawlers by Genesis in 75. Album include Heaven and Hell by Black Sabbath in 80, Bag of Bones by Europe in 2012, and Fandango by ZZ Top in 75. Also 92, Annie Lennox was #1 on the UK album chart. In 73, Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young's documentary Journey Through the Past debuted at the Dallas Film Festival. In 2013, Public Enemy got inducted into the Rock Hall of Fame and should be thrown out because they're not rock. And in 97, Gavin Rossdale of Bush was shirtless on the cover of Rolling Stone magazine, but the article trashed the band, calling them Nirvana wannabes. But lastly, and most importantly, on this day in '87, Headbangers Ball premiered on MTV. Today in Music History is sponsored by First Bank. Ready to drive your business success with a trusted local partner? Count on First Bank for personalized support and smart solutions to help your business grow. First Bank, your trusted local partner for success. Visit myfirstbank.com to learn more. Member FDIC, equal housing lender. For Kayal & Company, I'm Phil Up.
Thank you, Phil. And you got your This Week in Music History show coming up tomorrow night. Isn't
At
that
11
correct?
p.m. Yep. I rock the night, 11 p.m. to 1 a.m.
And that show has been doing incredibly well. It has the endorsement of the President of
It
the United
does.
States.
I don't know how I pulled that one off, but I did.
I don't know. Well, you know what? He has good taste, is what they say.
That's
That's
true.
what they say.
That is true.
He's got good taste. He's got better taste in radio talent than we do in football teams. I can tell you
That's
that.
for sure. That is for sure.
The great Phil Almquist giving us Everclear, Temple of the Dog this morning. I mean, killing it. Absolutely.
You may
killing
just
it.
hear some Temple of the Dog tomorrow night. You just may.
You know, I heard that rumor from a little birdie.
You just may.
I heard that rumor, so I'm hoping that rumor is, of course, true, and I think it will be. Very good. Thank you, Phil. Kathy Barnett is on deck, getting ready to hand it off to Kathy, who is filling in for the great Dawn Stensland. And I think I hear Kathy in my
yes,
ear.
you do. Hello, my friend. You've been killing it.
Yeah, well, we've been trying. Thank you. I don't know if you heard the recent exchange where I just got to let loose on somebody.
Oh, I loved it. I was thinking to myself, how did you know? Like, I'm so still like kind of like a deer in headlights. Like, I would take him at his, as a good faith individual, but you knew right away. You knew right away.
Yeah, I have a history with that guy, and I've heard him call in. And this is my thing. I was telling Jim, I was like, he calls into these really big radio, like Levin, Hannity, Andrew Wilkow, and I'm sitting there going, I'm like, well, he's calling me. I must really be, I must be doing something right over here.
Absolutely. Take it as a compliment. But oh my goodness, you are reading my notes on what I intend to talk about in the next 2 hours. And I'm going to start off with tariffs, but then I'm going to go right into what you've been talking about. There is something broken in our country, and we can no longer pretend this isn't happening.
No, you're right. We had some really interesting conversation in the first couple hours of the show. A bunch of callers who were bringing up, whether it's the mental health issue or parenting or content that we're consuming on TV or stuff that we're eating that is just contributing to a very bad mental health crisis in this country, driving people to the point of insanity, right? Driving people to the point of believing violence is the answer. And it's not. It's not. I know it's not. And we gotta right this ship. We got to get it back on the right track.
Absolutely. And I think the real insidious part of this, as I kind of stand and watch our culture, is that, to what you said, driving the American people to this sense of instability. I don't think it's by us. I don't think it's by mistake. I think a lot of what we're watching, this destabilization and demoralization of our nation, is intentional.
Yep, it is. Absolutely. The old KGB whistleblower Yuri Bezmenov actually mentioned that this was the goal. You pump this information into the heads of the kids through the schools, through the content that they create. You obviously can split up the nuclear family. You got both parents working. It's impossible for families to get by, to the point where now parents are relying on the schools and their iPads to do their parenting for them. And it's resulting in devastating consequences for society. You've seen degeneracy being promoted instead of being denounced. And look at where it's led us. It's led us to this point, and it's not a good place to be.
You're hovering over the spot that I think we really need to focus on. I'm all about politics. I know you're all about politics. I've been a firm believer that if you change the way you vote, you're going to change the way you live. But Donald Trump can't do it all. It has to start with us as well.
That's right. We got to help him along. We have to be the change that we want to be. It's cliche. And it's also cliche to say politics is downstream from culture, but it is. And the culture needs rescuing. And I believe once we rescue the culture, we'll rescue the political system as well. But we got to be all hands on deck 24/7 if we want to make it happen.
But thank you, my friend. You did such an awesome job holding it down.
Well, thank you, Kathy. And you have a great show. Next 2 hours, everybody stick around, listen to Kathy Barnett, the great Kathy. I should have endorsed her. You know that? I should have done it. The great Kathy Barnett. Love listening to you. Love everything you have to say. And it's always good knowing we're on the same page like usual. So it's great. Thank you.
Blessings.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement.